Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission, because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal. me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kale. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
We're part of a national feed too, because there's 75 rescue missions are doing this year. Last year, it was kind of everyone's kind of joined in this time.
Yeah, that's quite a jump.
Just something to keep attention to. That's really good. So did you enjoy the event?
Yes, loved it. I've actually finished editing the pictures today, doing all the names.
Oh, great.
So that's the work part, is doing the names.
Great, yeah.
Taking the pictures and
Especially
being at the event's
yeah.
the fun part. But yeah, I'm like, did I really write that? Now it was Lucy writing it. I'm like, Lucy, did you really write this name? Like, we got to look it up on Facebook. Is this really how they spell it?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that's a lot of work.
Yeah. So, but it was, yeah, that was a great event. And a lot of my friends were there. Jordan Ben had been through the program here. So I had actually come to a graduation with her, I think, for the substance use program 4 years ago. Came to a graduation dinner in here.
Yeah.
And then I was also in the Elm Leadership Social Services class.
Oh, yeah.
And a year ago. And so we came through here.
And Elm has got the charity tracker.
Mm-hmm. That's what we've been on it for a while, but we haven't utilized it like we're planning on it. So for case management. So we were actually just at the community meeting this morning before we went to Tuscaloosa. So
wow.
And of course so that's one of the big things with my program is being involved in the community and going to the community meetings and just, not just for me, but if the ladies aren't working yet, they just really go everywhere I go. So I live by example.
Yeah,
so.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
And I actually have one of your women who graduated the substance use program at my house right now. So she's been with me about 2 months, and she's going to be graduating mental health court on Friday. Not tomorrow, next Friday. And then she'll be headed home to her husband in North Carolina. She'll have all her legal issues cleared up. And,
wow.
But yeah, she, Max with Natch had contacted me about her. So yeah, so we worked that out. And I got to see Max and Holly this morning at the community meeting. So Holly spoke a little bit on Natch. So.
I was trying to get a little rest this morning, so I didn't.
Yeah.
I tried to send one of my other guys to go, and I think he's out of town this week too. So.
Yeah. So that I definitely today was about the unhoused community. So, and then last month was on recovery, and so my house president, she was on the panel for that. So she's been with me almost 4 years. So they're allowed to stay in my program as long as they need to. When they leave, I want them to have the credit report cleared up. I want them to have money in the bank. I want them to have their legal issues cleared up, car, and so I'm trying to partner with some people where do they go after? So I have a friend now who has a tiny house. So I have my first graduate moving into the tiny house. And so hopefully that'll be a, constant thing, because her plan is to, buy a house, of course, for her and her daughter. So hopefully this is going to be that perfect in between.
Yeah, we're hoping to have next 2 years or so more transitional housing here, because it's a real missing piece in Huntsville right now. Our graduates were graduating, and we're not pushing them out the door, but we're like, hey, listen, you graduated, now we got to figure out. We've got so many that have graduated, and they're like, listen, I need something just a little bit more than just a program. I need, so everything here is free, except that's going to be something they'll pay a little bit for, transitional housing, because they'll have jobs. And
and that's what they have to invest in themselves.
Yeah, and, and I want them to get used to starting to pay rent again.
Correct.
And but we also we'll have case managers that work with them for saving money and making sure that they're got their license all squared away and got a car, and for us it's being in church and all that too. So I don't know if we're live yet or not, because sometimes they'll just turn it on. It's on? Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish there would be, is there a red dot or something?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, when you're on 24 hours, they just let you go, right? So.
Okay. So okay. Oh, we're on.
Yeah, all
thumbs up.
So if you tell the community who you are and who you're associated with, and we'll have a conversation.
Great. So I'm Stephanie Jennings, and I'm the executive director for the nonprofit Best Life Recovery, and that's a women's sober living home here in Huntsville, and it's the only AARR, the Alliance for Recovery Residences, certified house here in Huntsville for women.
So how many women are you able to have at one time?
So I'm able to have 8 women at a time, and I live in the house myself. So I'm there. It's a very structured environment with the women, and we have 2 cats. So 2 cats, yeah. Got to have the cats.
Listen, I think having some animals is, we have some animals even here around the mission.
Okay, nice.
We had goats at one time.
Oh,
Can you believe that? That didn't work. That didn't work.
It didn't
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't try goats.
They were shy goats, so they didn't come out of the house. But we've had cats and some dogs sometimes, but I think that's important. So how long have you been doing what you're doing?
So Best Life opened in May of 2019.
Okay.
But I have been doing this. So I'm a woman in long-term recovery, and so I've been helping other women for about 10 years now. So.
And talk a little bit about the structure of your program and how that works.
So I do like the women to go to detox and treatment before coming into sober living, because sober living doesn't fix you. You definitely need to have a clear head, and it's not safe to detox, in a house. So I will help women. I do have a drug and alcohol counselor certification, and I'm also a peer support. So I will help women get into detox and then into treatment. So I have lots of relationships with all the different organizations and treatment facilities here. And I will even take them to treatment, and then I will pick them up once they fill out an application and we've had an interview, and it seems like they're going to be a good fit, because it's definitely a program that's not for everyone, but for a woman who is really ready for life change. She's ready to be self-supporting. She's just sick and tired of being sick and tired, and ready to take action, and also be out in the community and do community service. So it's 3 phases. So phase 1, 60 days. And if they hit all their milestones, getting a sponsor, 90 meetings in 90 days, working the 12 steps, having a job, being self-supporting, paying their weekly rent, then they'll phase up to 2. And they have less meetings to go to, but it's still very structured, and we're very active. We do lots of activities. And then you would do a service project in order to phase up to 3, and that would be after about 4 months. And level 3 is just really planning for your future. If you want to graduate and then stay in the program and help other women, or if you want to graduate and move out on your own for independent living.
And you said that sometimes it can go longer. How long is the longest you had somebody stay?
So far 4 years. I mean, the average length of stay is 2 years.
Yeah.
And we do, we provide transportation and food and all the different things that they need. And it takes longer than, 6 months to a year to take care of a lot of legal issues.
Yeah.
And I just had the woman who's been with me for 4 years. She's just got her license back after 3.5 years.
Wow.
So it's a good, why would you move out if you don't have your car yet, you don't have your license taken care of? You would be in the exact situation, just not drinking or drugging.
Yeah.
So.
I understand why they take the license away, but I also think it's one of the worst things to take away, because then you're taking away their life, right? How do you get recovery? How do you get back into the workforce? And then you have to earn it all back, and it's a process that's hard.
And it's super expensive.
Yeah.
Super expensive. So again, how do you get to work, and then you have to leave work for color code, and then all these different things that are put on you. It's definitely the system. It's very frustrating, for sure. And that's what I'm working with a young woman who she is 9 months sober, but she had to go back to court. When she went back to court, they suspended the license for 45 days. So she got a job that she needed to be driving her job from our house every day. So the past, 45 days, now taking her to work and spending that money on transportation, it was a step backwards.
Yeah.
So.
We had a gentleman here a couple of years ago that had legal issues up in Illinois. But it affects him everywhere he goes. So he went to get a license here, and he couldn't get one because he had legal, and it had nothing to do with the license up there. It was just legal issues. And our case management, it took like 1.5 years to even start getting the process cleared. And the people in Illinois didn't even want to talk to us at first, know. And like I said, they make it so when somebody's trying to get better, it is a difficult process, and they make it difficult.
Yes.
Whether that's justified or not, and
Correct.
That's a frustration for me, because, here we're working hard to try to have these folks get back and be regular in society,
and move forward.
Yeah, and get back to having a house and apartment, whatever it is. But they're stuck because of some kind of legal issue that is, a lot of times, for this guy, it was like 15 years ago. And so he's dealing with something that was from, and he said, I barely remember what that was, and so, they can stay up, as long as they need to until they're in recovery, right? So they...
Yes, and I make exceptions, for everything. They're humans. It's, super hard to have... It's a structured environment, but I work with each one as individuals. But like the woman I was telling you that was here for a year, and her legal issues, so she cannot get her license until she takes care of something from 2 years ago in Vestovia.
Wow.
And so we're going to go to court on Tuesday, but just getting that, ball rolling, because she graduates mental health court, and that she's going back to her home to North Carolina that night. But we don't want her to leave the state until we have everything taken care of for her, so she can get her license and move forward with her life.
Now, how did your organization get started?
So I worked for another program, another sober living, and I learned the good, the bad, the ugly. And it was both for males and females, and I just really, the females were not getting the attention and care they needed. There was still a lot of trauma going on, and so I developed Best Life out of the need that I saw. It was a very chaotic environment, 3 houses, 27 women, and it was a 3-month program, and just, as soon as somebody just started to get ahead, they needed to move on. So I really wanted to do something different that I could see some long-term recovery. And so I partnered with Kurt and Tracy Lindsley, and, we opened our first house.
Yeah.
And it was a rental, and 2 years ago, Best Life became its own nonprofit, and we just bought a house less than a year ago.
That's awesome.
And
Congratulations.
so we have our own
How do you
house.
do your fundraising?
Oh, well, speaking of fundraising, we have a fundraiser this Sunday.
Yeah.
So
talk about it. What do you
it's
guys
going to be at AVIQ, which is on University, across from Red Lobster, next to Allied Printing, and it's from 2 to 4:30, and it's going to be a come and go. But I will speak a little bit at 2 p.m., and we'll cut the Best Life cake, and then we have a band, Milltown, is going to play. And while they're playing, we have a raffle that we have all different kinds of raffle baskets, donations from the artists at Low Mill. So I have a photography studio at Low Mill.
Yeah.
And so we all support each other.
Took pictures for us.
Yes, took pictures, for Huntsville Event Magazine.
Yeah.
For your event. And then we're going to have the human slot machine at our fundraiser. So we're super...
Talk about that. What's that about?
We're super excited to see what that's going to work out like. But yes, we're going to have 3 humans, and you're going to come up and hit the hype button, and they're going to pull something out of a box. And if the 3 of them match, then you win a raffle ticket to put in for the raffle basket of your choice.
It sounds fun.
Yeah, so we're going to see. We're going to see. It's our first time trying this. And then I have a friend that I graduated from high school with. Her and her husband are providing the barbecue. So they support Best Life for every holiday. They provide us with a meal.
Wow.
And then I have other friends from the AA community that will be providing other food. And then we have all our community partners. We'll have resource tables. Well, not all of them, but the ones that can be there on Sunday. We'll have resource tables.
So if somebody can't come to the event, how can they help your nonprofit?
So we do have Venmo and Cash App, and then I just finally created an Amazon wish list. So that's all published on our Best Life recovery page on Facebook. And we do have a website, but I haven't updated with all the new stuff that I just got together.
Where do they find you on Facebook? How do they find you?
So Best Life Recovery.
Okay.
Or I'm very out loud about my recovery and what I do. So they can look on my personal page, Stephanie Jennings, and it's all interconnected.
So you mentioned a couple times that you're still in recovery yourself. Talk about that if you don't mind.
So I had a interesting life. I graduated University of Alabama, moved to Philadelphia, and I have always been a photographer, and I broke into the rock and roll photography scene in Philadelphia. I was the photo editor for a magazine, and I had an agent in New York and in England. I got to photograph the MTV Awards, the Grammys. Pretty exciting life.
Yeah.
I did a lot with the Grateful Dead, and
I had no drugs there at all.
Right, well, and of course that's, with the rock and roll lifestyle, the party became more of the lifestyle than the photography. And so I ended up back here in Huntsville, Alabama, which is where I was born. I had graduated from Lee High School here, and my family was here. So ended up back in a room at my grandmother's house, and just trying to figure out what happened, how did I get here? And I picked up a big book, the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, at the library, and I don't know, I went to my first AA meeting and saw the 12 steps. I, listened to what everyone said. I really, really related, and I was like, I'm going to do this. I just started following suggestions, got a sponsor, and I really felt like God was doing for me what I could not do for myself, because I could not drink. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed AA. No matter what, I woke up every day, I'm not going to drink today. And,
Was alcohol the main thing that it was a problem?
It became the main thing once I moved from Philadelphia. Then here, the main thing, my alcohol use ramped up.
Yeah. And so how long after your recovery started did you start doing what you're doing now?
So I was offered a job to manage a program at 6 months sober, and I just thought that's not enough sobriety to help other people. I was still trying to get myself together. But I did some photography for this agency, and so I photographed the houses and met the ladies, and helped them do the brochure and stuff, and did their headshots, and a few months later, after my grandmother had passed, my brother wanted to sell my grandmother's house. So I was like, well, let me revisit what this would look like. So at about a year sober, I started helping other women.
That's awesome. So what are the plans for the future for your nonprofit? What do you guys want to do?
So the plans for the future are to, continue to get our house together. So we still needed, like last year's fundraiser, we raised $75,000 to take care of the renovations needed to move into the house. So this year's fundraiser is for some specific renovations for the roof, the driveway, backyard community space. And, we've been looking in the neighborhood, possibly for a second house to have a graduate house. So they could move over. It's just, we're really just seeing what's in store and continuing to foster, like with Lucy. So she is, in the Minded Mentors program at the University of Alabama, and she just graduated that, and she's now doing her second part of that at Best Life Recovery. I'm a partner with
and
the
Lucy's
Minded
going to talk to
Mentors.
us in a few minutes.
Yes, and she was very justice involved, and so she can really, talk to that. But continuing fostering the women in our house to do things that they're interested in doing, especially if they're used to work, want to work with other women.
Yeah.
So.
Do you see it growing at all in the future, or do you think that you're in a sweet spot?
I do see it growing a little bit, but this is definitely a sweet spot in terms of I can really help 8 women completely change their life and move forward. And I still continue to help not just those 8 women, but I help so many other women in the community. We got several women in treatment today. It was, today's been very interesting. Yeah. But, helping the graduates, like everyone, all the graduates still come back to the house for our Wednesday night meetings. And that's what at our fundraiser. So some of the graduates will speak, their families will be there. And so, again, just really keeping everyone that graduates involved.
So if somebody is in a position that needs your program, how do they find out about it?
So I'm all over social media, but definitely Facebook. My number is everywhere. Whoever has my card, whether it's Ross, Partnership for a Drug-Free Community, Not One More Alabama, Downtown Rescue Mission, Natch.
Are most of your girls local, or are they from all over?
They're from all over.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely all over, because I think some people they need to get away from their hometown.
Yeah.
To get sober. But sometimes if you plan on staying in Huntsville, then you need how to learn, to live a life in recovery in Huntsville.
Separate from some of those old friends, right?
But yes, separating from the old friends.
Yeah. We find that that's a big issue. They do really good while they're here, and then they walk out the door and they're right with, somebody that was a bad influence in their life, So, just about how much so the community knows, how much does it cost to run your facility for a year, so that if they wanted to invest in that, how would they do that?
So I would definitely have to look at our books to see exactly what it would need to run for a year. But so a woman would need $800
Does
for the month.
Maybe ask this. Can people sponsor a lady? Is that how they do it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So they could sponsor a lady, and that's what when someone comes to me and they have nothing.
Yeah.
So they don't have the job, they don't have the car, they don't even have black shoes, black pants. They have no makeup, and they come with a garbage bag from jail, which is what Lucy came to me with. So that money goes towards their rent to pay all our bills at the house, but then also it goes towards helping get their medications, the doctor's appointments, the transportation, all those things.
Yeah.
If they don't have something, I want them to have it. I don't want them to feel less than. I want them to be able to go to a job interview with the makeup on, with the hair done, with everything they need.
So if somebody from the outside was wanting to sponsor a lady for a month, what would that be?
So it would be $800
for a month.
That would take care of the rent.
Okay.
Or the program fees.
Yeah. So let's switch a little bit and talk a little bit about homeless in general and addiction in general. So do you think there's any preconceived ideas on somebody who's either homeless or addicted that you've come across that maybe are, because part of what we're doing today is to educate and to really spread the word of what's happening and what really is going on.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think a lot of people don't understand that. I mean, once you have a situation, and most people are living paycheck to paycheck, and specifically, in Huntsville, a woman cannot find a safe apartment for a reasonable amount of money.
Yeah.
So especially if she has a children and then she has a job, and if she doesn't have money for the deposit. So there's just a lot going on. It's very easy to end up living in your car
Yeah.
or couch surfing. And then once that happens, it's very hard to get out of.
Yeah.
So that's why with, if you've had an eviction on your record, or, you don't have a phone, these things that you think are so easy and take for granted. And I know just getting the simple things off your record so you can get a driver's license, it's very difficult. And, when you're having to, pay court fines, and then you're afraid to go to court because you might be arrested and, re-traumatized with, jail situation. So I think especially for women, a lot of things are trauma-based, and that's not addressed. And that's one of the things I address at the house. We have different counselors, and we're actually having a trauma retreat, and I'm bringing in a specialist. We're going to go up to Guntersville and for 2 days. So
We had a lady earlier that was given a little bit of her testimony, and when she was 10, her mom left her. The mom had a home and everything for him. It sounded like the mom was taking care of the financial part of it, but she wasn't there. She went off to be with this new husband that she went with, and so she just left the kids in the home. And the lady's now 44, and it still impacts her life, because what happened for 4 or 5 years of her life where she had no mama in the house, and the trauma that happened to her and her family, just, 30 years later, she's still dealing with, and it makes it difficult.
it does. And being in survival mode.
Yeah.
And, the not knowing how to deal with the trauma, and not learning how to have real relationships, and then fear of abandonment.
Yeah.
And, those are all issues I deal with.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I really try to live by example. And the things that helped heal me, I try to give that away.
Yeah.
So,
what do you think about the programs and services, not just yours, but overall what we have in our community? Where do you think we're lacking, and where do you think we do well?
That's a hard question. I think what they did with the Derrick Street Camp, I think that's a great improvement.
Yeah.
I love with the Elm Foundation trying to get organizations to collaborate.
Yeah.
I absolutely, love their leadership class, and being able to come to visit, the Downtown Rescue Mission, and, ask questions and see how it worked, and see the food that was available. And so I think the biggest thing that's lacking in Huntsville is the organizations collaborating and working together. There's so many organizations. A lot of them are doing the same things, and people not just collaborating and working together.
Yeah. You ever heard of herding cats?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. You have cats in your house,
yes,
right?
Yes, I'm
can't
herding
even get
cats
two
every day.
together, right?
Yeah, herding cats every day.
I agree. And I think we're a very large organization, so we try not to do this at all, but sometimes you become a kingdom unto yourself, and not that you mean to be that, but you're so focused on what you're doing that you forget there's others out there doing it. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do with this event is to show, hey, there's ways that we can collaborate even better.
Yes.
And I do think that Huntsville's taken some good steps going forward to have people work together, and just even the program that, we talked about earlier, where we can track and see what others are doing for different individuals.
Charity tracker.
Make sure that we're not duplicating services. That's a big thing, In fact, one of the things that the mission, we for years did a Christmas program for kids for the community. Well, there's about 6 other agencies that did that. So we finally just said, hey, listen, they're doing a great job at that. We don't have to duplicate that service.
Yes.
So we backed out of that. Just one example of something that can help, because it took our resources and other things that we were doing. And listen, I'm a big fan of, we do Feed America here. The big truck comes here, and we try to make sure that everybody knows, hey, come on out, and we share with everybody, whoever wants to come for that. I think that all agencies should do that. Nonprofits should get together and say, hey, listen, whatever you guys need, let's just, work together on it.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, with some of the agencies I partner with, then I can call and say, I have this woman, this is what she needs, how can you help me? And that's what worked this morning, getting someone in treatment. So,
Since you only have 8 and they stay for long periods of time, when do they know that you have availability for the next open spot?
well, I mean, and that could happen at any time. So just 2 days ago, I had someone leave she had 6 months.
Yeah.
And so she left sober. She wanted to go home to her mom, take care of her mom. And then today, while we were in Tuscaloosa, I coordinated another woman coming in.
Yeah.
Like it can happen that quick.
Yeah, and you don't have spots open for very long, probably.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So
But I do have resources to help them get in other programs, and that's the whole thing. Like I work with several of the other women's sober living. So if they're not appropriate for my program, or if another one would benefit them better, I really try to help them. I don't want to tell anyone I don't know. And I've brought people here before, because if I don't have a bed, let's find something for you.
Yeah.
If somebody's reaching out, I'm going to help somehow.
I love our community. I think it's a great community. But it's tough if you're somebody that's been addicted or have legal issues, or if you've been homeless, like right now, the average price for a 1-bedroom apartment here is like $1,200.
Yeah.
Who can afford that if you're
No.
coming out of being homeless or
Yeah.
being addicted, right? I mean, that's a difficult thing. So some of the things we're working on is try to have that, extra, long-term, short-term kind of long-term housing where it's not just in a program, but they start paying rent and things like that.
Which is what I'd said to you about me having
Yeah.
a friend with a tiny house. I'll have a graduate move in there.
Yeah.
And so we'll be using that.
Yeah, but I think it's a need. I think we need a lot more of that,
Yes.
where there's more transitional housing, because it's great for people to go through the programs and things that they do, but I think there's that one piece, at least for the mission side, where they go through our program, and after we've taken care of them for a year or two, they need that extra little step to say, hey, listen, I need a bridge to get to that next step of being able to do it on my own.
Correct. And I think a lot of people don't understand that they think at 3 or 6 months or 9 months.
Yeah.
They should just be able to,
You're
everything should be
healed.
okay.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And I hear that from parents,
Yeah.
and spouses. And that's just not the case, because they're just starting to heal. And then you have to deal with, if somebody has a terrible credit report, it takes a while, and just to get that deposit and, those simple things.
Yeah.
And a car is not that simple,
No.
to get a reliable car.
So what questions would you have about any of the issues we've been talking about, or homeless or addicted or anything like that?
I don't necessarily have any questions. I'm definitely more interested in your substance use program here, specifically for women. Exactly. I believe, it's a year-long program, and the structure here. And I know, the woman that I have, she had to leave here, and then she's getting ready to graduate mental health course. So I'm that bridge.
Yeah.
And that's what, loving to partner together if I can be that bridge for the right person.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a year program for our single women. Our moms and kids, it's between 6 and 9 months, depending on because we don't want children living here forever, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to get them housing as quickly as possible. I told a story earlier, that we are real protective of who stays here.
Mm-hmm.
So we even have a connection with the Huntsville school system that the bus comes early in the morning, first pickup, and the last drop off at night, just so the other kids on the bus don't know that they live at a homeless shelter.
Okay, that's interesting.
But we also have a relationship with Huntsville City Schools that immediately the next day after they come here, they go into the school system. So a great partnership. I love that. But our year-long program for the women, we can take about 25 to 28 women, but we're in an expansion project right now, so we're hoping to have that up to be about 45. It's a phase program. Each one's like a semester long. So first semester, second semester, and it goes 4 semesters long. And it's like a moving up night every time that they graduate a semester, and then they get the formal graduation at the end. And then
That's awesome.
Ours is very spiritual based, very much about sharing Jesus Christ with people. That's what we really believe fills the void in their heart, that they have, that maybe drugs or alcohol filled before. Our success rate's about 74%, that they're at least 2 to 4 years out from being homeless, that they're not homeless anymore. And
awesome.
so we're happy with that. That's a pretty good number for how many people come through our program. That's for men and women. But yeah, that's kind of the structure of our program. Very biblically based, but there's work therapy. There's other things that we do as part of it. We even have a connection with Redstone. They come and teach finance classes.
Yes.
Yeah. So we try to be real well-rounded with what we're having them learn, because it's not just that they've had addiction, it's that they've lost jobs and they have bad credit, and the whole thing, right? So we're trying to heal all that.
Homelessness, yeah.
So, but yeah, that's our program that we have for the women, and like I mentioned, we're trying to expand our transitional housing, which I think is going to help with our success rate even more.
That's awesome.
Because what we find is that they felt pressure to have to go, and when they went, sometimes it was too quickly that they went right back into what they were, trying to get away from.
Yeah. So, and again, once they start feeling better and, have a little money.
I can go with my old buddy, my old friend.
Yeah. And I know that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so that's what, and that's why I allowed women to start staying longer.
Yeah.
And then that success rate that I have, about an 80% success rate of the women who have graduated and that are still in recovery.
Yeah.
So, and those women come back and they sponsor other women at the house.
Yeah.
So, and those women, they really know, since they lived in a sober living, how to help the women that are there now and guide them.
Yeah. I'll make sure you get Tennille is the lady that's over our program for our women. So I'll make sure that we get you guys connected.
Yeah, I'd love for her to come tour the house. I'm very, we don't publish our address anywhere, but I'm very open to, I want people, to come see exactly what I'm doing.
So it's not just addicted. Do you have some that are abused as well? Is that part of the...
Almost every woman who's been addicted has some type of abuse, or women that have been homeless have some type of abuse. And of course the mental illness. So, and they're because of our program, if somebody does have the instability, then they might be another program that's better for them. But that's one of the things that keeps people on the street, is the mental illness.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate all that you do, and love that we have. Like I said, I love this community. I love that we have avenues for people to be able to get help.
Yes, I love the Rocket City.
Yeah, because I think it makes our city even better. Because we're helping people that sometimes fall through the cracks, and there's ways to help pick them back up and make them successful in society as well.
Yes, and I think I'm living proof of that, and Lucy's living proof of that.
Yeah.
So,
do you want to? You also have a photography studio. You want to promote that at all?
I do. Yeah. My photography studio at Low Mill.
Yeah.
So it's such a great community there, and the ladies from the house, we spend a lot of time at Low Mill doing lots of different projects, and there's so much there. All the different classes, from soap making to pottery, and all of that is the art therapy.
Yeah.
So.
Along with the animals and
yes.
the art. It's good.
You have to have all the therapies.
And how can they reach you to find out about your studio? I mean,
the same way I'm on Facebook.
Okay.
You can reach me through my personal page. You can reach me. I have a photography page, and it's the same telephone number. Okay. So same telephone number.
Great. Well, it's very good to talk to you, and I appreciate all that you're doing to help those who are addicted and in need. And I think the more that we're able to team up together, we'll do even better for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
this has been awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's super interesting.
Yeah. We've only got about 16 more hours to go.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah. So. Well, listen, we will have a conversation with your friend and find out all about what she's got to tell us, right?
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Come on. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much. Yeah. Come on over, Lucy. Have a seat. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Nervous at all? Or
No, sir.
the millions of people out there watching you?
Oh, my goodness. When you put it that way, yeah, maybe a little bit.
There's not that
maybe a
many
little bit.
people
My mom always said I never met a stranger, so.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, say your name and tell a little bit about who you are.
All right. So, I'm Lucy Lawler. I am a graduate of Best Life Recovery Residences for Women, and I am peer support for our program now. I'm a woman in long-term recovery. I just picked up 4 years of recovery of sobriety.
Congratulations.
On the 5th, thank you, of September. And it's been a journey to get here.
We'll talk about your journey a little bit.
So I'm from Prattville, born and raised. Life is, I never had any issues with life growing up. I had everything I needed and most everything I wanted. Raised in church and all of those things. But as life, as time went along, I got involved in things and made choices that had consequences. And they were negative consequences. And then by the time that the consequences built up, I was so far into my addiction that it was something I just could not handle on my own. I had been in recovery before, had some problems with alcohol. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. So I've been to treatment before and cleaned myself up and got it back together and got my career back together. I'm a teacher. Had some recovery and some stability, got married, and life just lifed, and I didn't life with it appropriately. I went back out after some time, which led me into some areas of addiction that landed me in jail long term. I spent 380 days in jail in Linden, Alabama, on drug charges. Pled into drug court and was waiting all that time for a bed in state-funded treatment because at that point I was homeless. Had been homeless for some time and had no insurance, had no resources. My family had been loving me from a distance for a long time because they just couldn't watch me do to myself what I was doing anymore. Between the trauma and the abuse in my marriage and killing myself with substances, although they didn't know that's what I was doing. They thought that I was still sober, which I was very much not. That it was just a trauma response to everything that was going on that they were seeing. So they did not know that I had in fact relapsed and gone worse until I was in jail for the last time.
Wow.
And so I pled into drug court and waited for a state-funded bed, and that took me all total 380 days to get. But I needed all 380 of those days to get myself together and take the opportunities that my higher power was putting in front of me, because I knew what to do. I'd been to treatment before. I was just incapable of doing it. I was so far into it. And even coming out of that time in jail, I needed treatment. And when I got through with treatment, I went to Cedar Lodge. I knew about Stephanie's program from being in Huntsville right around COVID with my now ex-husband. He was at Pathfinder. And so her program had just started up, and I knew about it. But, at that point, he was just the problem. I wasn't the problem. If he would just stop doing X, Y, and Z, things would be fine, and that's not the case, It was a lot of denial and a lot of just not wanting to look at what I could control in the situation, which is myself. And I was doing a real bad job of that. So I got to Cedar Lodge and knew that even after the year and being in jail and 28 days of treatment, my family was still not going to let me come home, which rightfully so. I needed more than that. We were just scratching the surface of what was even really going on at the root of why I was doing the things I was doing to myself. So I reached out to Stephanie, and she did the interview, and I did the application, and I was a fit, so she held a bed for me. And she picked me up at the end of treatment and brought me to Huntsville, which I knew had an amazing recovery community in it. So if I was going to rebuild anywhere, I knew that was part. I very much believe in the triangle, of AA, the service, my higher power, and recovery. Having all in family, having all of that together. I need all the legs to stand upright. And I knew that was strong here. And so I knew I had a good chance of making it here if I continued to do the things I knew I needed to do. And so got into the program at the house. Had a difficult time getting a job because I had some ugly stuff on my record. I'm a teacher, and I had been out of the classroom for a while. Thank goodness, I did not implode in front of a bunch of children, and try to drag myself and anybody else through that. But at that same time, my certification had lapsed. So that was nowhere on my radar. I really honestly believe that part of my life was gone, which hurt because that was a great chunk of how I defined who I was. Yeah. That's what I did in the classroom. And, but that wasn't even on the radar. Difficult time getting a job. She still believed in that I was doing everything I could do, and I was active in the house, active in the recovery community. Anything she needed, I did. Always willing to help. I saw our original location when I moved here was across Governors from First Baptist, and they were advertising on their board. They're hiring for their daycare, and I was like, well, I've taught daycare forever, in addition to being a teacher, and so I was like, well, maybe we'll see. So I applied, and I passed the family guidance background with DHR, and I was like, okay, this is cool, I can do this, and that brought me back in, and it met the needs. I was able to fulfill the needs I needed to financially. Also, it was a job that I could go and do that I enjoyed doing, that gave me a little bit of purpose back, of a little bit old of who I was, wasn't gone. In the connection, of just being in the church setting, working with those families, and being able to grow my recovery, meet my financial and legal obligations, do the state tour, so to speak, of all the places I got in trouble, because I seem to spread that out, and I finished drug court. That next year, at the end of that year, Huntsville City Schools was advertising positions open for the next year, and I was like, if I can get into my old account with the State Department of Education and it's still active, maybe it's good. So it was, and started the process of, seeing if I could get hired, and I did. And that was a godsend. I got in with the absolute most wonderful educators in this city. And they really gave me a chance to, get some of that worth back, and to work with kids as a reading specialist. And knowing, because I'm fully transparent of where I've been, how I got here, and because it helps other people, and the opportunities that I have to show somebody else that you can too, because I have, and there's nothing special about me other than I'm just stepping into my purpose, and so I did that for 2 years, and got into the Mind and Mentors program, that Stephanie also was talking about. I graduated earlier tonight.
Congratulations.
With year 1, thank you.
Yeah.
And I am in year 2 as an apprentice, and I have come out of being a literacy specialist and gone back into a classroom setting, in another school, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I get to work with 22 children every day, that I see how much things have changed in our society, and how much of what I do every day, teaching is the least of what I do. By the time you navigate the adult situations that they're in, and I see all those things now, and it hurts because I know what that builds into later, and I'm thinking to myself, what can I do now? What can I pour into them now to keep them from being where I am today? Yeah. Every bit of my story, every bit of my journey had to happen the way that it did for me to appreciate it and to be able to help somebody else. Yeah. But God, if I can just pour something into these 8 and 9-year-olds that I am trusted with every day, that might plant a seed or make an impact or put some worth in, because it's a very eclectic group. I have everywhere from, completely naive, just happy-go-lucky 8-year-old to no, there's real life stuff going on. Yeah. And how much I just want to take the adults in the equation and go, what are you doing? But they're doing the best that they can, And so being able, like I say, my story is out there. I'm very much open about who I am and what I can help somebody else with. That I'm an open book, and if I can give resources to somebody else that can help them, that's what I'm there for.
I think that's an area, when we talk about addiction or homelessness, that is very lacking, and that's preventative. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that the mission, I'm always trying to think of different things that we can do, and one of the things that's on my list for a 5 or 10-year plan is maybe having a camp-like situation where we could take inner city kids that maybe couldn't go through that kind of thing and say, hey, listen, this is a different path that you can go. Mm-hmm. We had a girl that stayed with us, and this really hit me hard. She was like 5 or 6 years old, and we were just having a conversation with her. And one of the things that came up was, hey, what do you want to do when you get older? And her response was, well, after I get out of prison, And
it's just normal.
That just devastated us because all she's known in her life is everybody that's been older goes to prison and then they start their life.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you say that you're trying to feed back into the folks, the young folks and say, hey, listen, you know, there's something different, right? You don't have to go down the path that I went down, right? That's something that we're looking at doing too, that we really think, you know, we're a place right now that you come in and we'll try to help you. Well, how do we help those people not to get to the point they need to come in, right? And I think that's, even if we think about the whole United States, I think that's something we've really got to work on as a country. Homelessness has become a crazy thing because there's over 800,000 people that tonight will sleep on the streets across the country. How do we do preventative to help? You know, maybe the point they've gotten to now is the track that we need to figure out how to stop, right? And so I love that you're doing that with the folks. So when you were first in your addiction, was there something that happened? Because I find that a lot of people that go down the path of addiction, it's not just like, oh, I just started drinking one day and I became an alcoholic. There was something that happened in their life that made them fill a void or something to cover up something that had happened.
I would say for me, it is going to probably track back to, so I was always like the, you know, the binge drinker, the party drinker, you know, and I had gastric bypass my second year of teaching, so back in 2002, 3, somewhere in there. And they did the whole counseling thing with us about that, about, you know, if you drink, oh, I don't drink that much, it's not the big a deal. So we really skated past.
Yeah.
I knew that it would affect me differently with malabsorption and all of those things, but I didn't really spend a whole lot of time in it. So when I did start going out and hanging out with friends and drinking again, it was like instant blackout drinker. And my answer to that was not, oh, maybe I shouldn't drink. It was, oh, I won't drink this thing, or I won't drink that thing, or, oh, I'll add cocaine because that keeps me from going to a blackout. You know, and I got sober after I had 3 DUIs back to back in 5 months. That was just not, not a good thing for me. I went to Bradford Warrior, went to treatment, did the whole night, you know, the treatment, 90 and 90, worked a good program. What I thought was a good program, got healed, which I wasn't listening. Well, you don't get healed that way. You know, but I didn't work on any of my like self-worth issues or the little voice in my head that always told me all these things that, you know, the people pleaser and all those things that was very ingrained in me, that like nothing happened to me growing up. That was just the way that I defined that I was okay based on what you told me was okay about me. And so it took me until I was this age to realize that's crap, Lucy. That's not true. You know, but so, you know, I got sober and all and got my life back together. And then I met a man and that I married. And that relationship, very much, I went back into people pleaser mode, and I could fix all these things for you, and I can do all these things for you, and I'm the best at it, and I'm going to fix all these things that everybody else did wrong. I mean, you're never going to leave me. You're never going to hurt me and do all these things, and that's not what happened with us. We were married for 15 years, but of those 15 years, it was very toxic, you know, and I fed a lot of that. You know, if I could control everything, then everything would go the way I wanted to, and that's not the way relationships work. No one wants to be controlled, you know, and that's not the way. I made him my higher power. Whatever, you know, all the things that I had done for myself before that made me better in my relationship with God and all of that in church and all those things, those pieces all went away because it didn't fit what he wanted. And that's not a healthy balance in any relationship. And I know that now. So, you know, when things happened and, you know, infidelity happened and, you know, abuse began to happen, my answer was not, hey, maybe I should leave. It was, how can I fix it? How can I make him stop? And I'll double down my efforts on whatever things. When those things didn't work, substances came back. And I was on, I had been in a master's program, and so my doctor put me on Adderall at that point because I had so many things going on. So I needed to balance them all. And all that did was feed that amphetamine part of my brain that said, oh, a little bit extra will be good because I can get more done. And then, well, nothing bad happened. So more extra till I am now just abusing all of that. And when it runs out, well, I'll just sleep through it with Xanax or whatever, you know, and then I finally poured alcohol back on top of it because that was my original love. And, you know, it just all spun. until I couldn't get the Adderall anymore, and I ran into meth, and that was it.
Yeah.
It answered every problem I had, I thought, you know, and it did not. It just made them worse, you know.
So I hope you don't take offense to this, but you remind me kind of the girl next door, right?
Yeah.
And why I say that is I think that people, because this conversation on the bench is really about bringing awareness to things. And I think people don't really understand that people that are addicts doesn't mean they're bad people.
No.
Right?
We're sick people.
But they fell in a trap where it just progresses and progresses to the point. I mean, you kept on adding thing on thing, you know, and then you went to meth, which was real bad, right?
Yeah.
And you know, I want. What would you say to people out there that haven't experienced an addiction with drugs or alcohol, that may have a different perception of people that are addicts?
Stigma kills people every day.
Yeah.
You know, and if you were to take a group of people standing there and you say, okay, pick out which one is the heroin addict, pick out which one is the meth addict, pick which one's the alcoholic, which one is just normal Jane going by, you know, and we're all standing there. You can't pick them out because what you in your mind think, oh, it's that person who looks disheveled, that person who looks dirty, that person who looks like, you know, they're going to rob you blind. They may be absolutely straight laced, and there I am standing, and I am that person.
Yeah.
You know, I was that person.
Yeah.
I can still be that person if I don't do the things that I know I need to do daily to keep me from making those choices.
Yeah.
You know, but if you take me now, even me in active addiction, like if you look at pictures of me from being in active addiction, people still are like, are you serious? I'm like, yes, I'm serious. You know, I'm not making any of this up.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just, like you say, it's just an image that people have.
Yeah.
You know.
Just like with homeless or addicted or even mentally ill, it could be your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, your mom, your dad, right? I mean,
yeah.
And if it hasn't touched your life, man, praise God for that, right?
Right.
But if it has, it doesn't mean that person's any less worth anything, right? I mean, you're still a child of God, and He has a lot for your life.
And thank God for that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah.
He would not have brought me through the abuse. He would not have brought me through the time away from my family, all of that stuff. He would not have brought. We had this thing we'd say, he did not bring me through all that to drop me off here. Yeah. There's more to go. Yeah. There's more to come. I just have to step into it and be willing to do the work to keep it. You know.
I do a podcast, and I always ask the person that's giving their testimony, if there's a Lucy out there that's 18, 20, 25, whatever it might be, what would your advice be to her?
Trust yourself. Trust yourself. I can think back to so many points along the way that I knew deep down that right answer. I knew deep down, like, this is not going to go the way you really thought. You know, just trust yourself, and you're enough. You are enough.
Yeah.
As you are, you're enough. Just listen to that.
So if there's somebody else out there that's not a Lucy but is going through some of the things that you went through, what advice would you give them, the Lucy from 4 or 5 years ago?
It's okay to ask for help.
Yeah.
It's okay to say, I don't know. It's okay to walk away.
Yeah.
I kept thinking that I could fix something that was broken, that I didn't break, but that I had this image or this picture in my mind that as soon as I would walk away from it, he would stop doing X, Y, and Z, or whoever came behind me, when those things wouldn't happen. And no, it's me. It's got to be good for me, and trying to force that to happen, but that it's okay to walk away. Like, God doesn't love me any more or any less, whether I do or I don't. He's putting opportunities in front of you to save yourself.
Yeah.
And take them.
Well, Lucy, we're proud of you.
Thanks.
And,
Thank you.
I'm going to put you on my prayer list because
Thank you.
I pray for a lot of folks that I know had a struggle, right? And I think that there's once you've had a struggle, and listen, everybody has something in their life,
Absolutely.
right? But those who've had a struggle with addiction, with drugs or alcohol, I know it's ongoing struggle. So you will be in my prayers for sure. Anything else that you'd like to say to the folks listening out there, or you have a question of me, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't. I really admire what you guys are doing here, and the need that you feel. You know, I was homeless in this community, and on both sides of the housed and the unhoused side of it, and not from here too. So not knowing, like I would hear from different people on university because that's where I was at. Because that's a great safe place for a female to be.
Right.
You know, in
Yeah.
COVID,
Yeah.
living in the Econo Lodge until we got kicked out. You know. I would hear about this place. I'd hear about some other places, and I didn't know how to get to any of them. But I also didn't have identification, so I knew I couldn't get into them either.
Yeah.
But the things that I have learned now, and the programs that you got to put in place since that time, I'm so grateful for, because I would have been able to get help here.
Yeah.
And then to know that once I got in here, and it's safe, and it's non-chaotic, and it's calm, that there's also recovery here.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I needed. It's what I needed the most.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know how to go about going back to it. I didn't have insurance and I had all the reasons why it wouldn't work, you know.
Yeah.
But to know that they were all under this roof is amazing. So thank you guys.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you, and glad you found a group that you're able to connect with that really helped you, because
Thank you.
you know, I think she mentioned it before, not every program's for every person, right?
Right.
It may be that you have to go to the next program that will really be the one that works for you.
Mm-hmm.
Not that the program you left is bad,
Right.
but it's just not your personality or whatever it is. And so, Lucy, I'm praying for you. And
Thank you.
I'm so glad to see you're here now and not
Yes.
where you were 4 or 5 years ago. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Here to stay.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
Keep the, you know, keep looking for, there's an old saying, keep on keeping on.
Absolutely.
You know, and if you do that and keep your focus on what the Lord wants you to do, I think it'd be great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Appreciate
Thank
you coming
you.
out tonight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here. Bye, Allie. Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
experience. So a lot of fun. But I'm doing this after just driving back 12 hours a day and a half ago. So
wow.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the endurance of how to do this all. But yeah. Well, how we've been doing it is we're already live. So if you just tell who you are and a little bit about the organization that you represent.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Tom Reynolds. I'm the president of His Way, which is a residential recovery program for men. We started about 18 years ago here in Huntsville. I'd been involved in recovery through my church, just doing small group stuff with people in addiction for a number of years. And obviously you learn quickly that showing up to a meeting a couple times a week, it doesn't, while that's helpful, there's a lot of other issues going on, and a lot of it's transportation, housing, jobs, and all that kind of stuff. So the program that we have now obviously addresses all those issues. So that's kind of what we've been working on the last 18 years.
Yeah, and you've expanded as well, right?
Correct. God keeps opening up opportunities for us to grow. So we just this year got another house. We started with one house, and we got another house, and we built a house. Then we built our community center, and then we've got another house, and now we've got another house. So we have 5 residential houses. We have room for about 54 guys on campus now. Plus, we are across the street. We have 3 more houses that house aftercare, transitional housing for another 14 guys. So, yeah, things continue to grow and expand, and actually been working all day last few days on some other opportunities.
Now, do you have some out of state too, or?
Yeah, we do. We have a program that we started about 3 years ago in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So we have a little program there. It has about room for about 14 guys. They've been doing great, and really have built a wonderful community of recovery over there.
Yeah. I know you started with your church, but what was it about recovery that you really felt passionate about?
Right.
What was that thing that said, what did God tell you to say, hey, I need to go in to do this?
Well, see, my story, I became a Christian when I was in college. And I got into campus ministry because that's what changed my life. So I was at the University of Washington when I became a Christian. And so I felt like campus ministry was really the thing to do. I really wanted to reach people at a moment in time that they were looking for something with a relevant, transformational opportunity. And I loved campus ministry because you're catching people as they're making the most important decisions of their lives, right? Their careers and where they're going to live and how they're going to live and who they're going to marry and what their families are going to be. And so I really loved that opportunity, and I traveled around the country. I was campus minister at Pepperdine. I was in Denver, Colorado. I was at campus minister at Princeton University at one point, and then I moved down here and did campus ministry on the campuses here.
Was it with Campus Crusade? Or was
no, it was just in the Churches of Christ where I was a part. We had this local churches supported campus ministry, so I'd worked in there for a long time. And so my passion was always connecting people with the gospel and them experiencing the life-transforming experience that I had experienced. So I actually met a man who was in 1997. I was preaching at the Central Church of Christ at the time, and I met a man who was in recovery. He had been active in AA. He was older than me, and he was, 1997, he was really passionate, feeling like AA was somewhat moving away from some of the biblical foundations that had begun it. He really wanted to see those foundations kind of, refocused on and really get back to Jesus and that type of thing. And so he wanted to start kind of a Christian recovery group. I didn't know anything about recovery at the time. I was fascinated by it because I'm always looking for ways to connect the relevancy of the gospel with people who are hurting. So I started reading the big book and learning and connecting with the communities he was connected to, and we started a small group called the Bridge Group. At that time, my thought process was with the Bridge Group, we called it the Bridge Group because I really felt like the recovery community had some great strengths, passionate about the battle that they're facing, and passionate particularly about discipleship because they got a sponsor system. Everyone has built relationships with other people. It's very intimate relationships, accountability, and those kind of things going on that I felt like Jesus really showed us and taught us, and yet I saw fairly absent in most churches. However, I also saw strengths in the church, that they had obviously the truth and the depth of the scriptures. They had history and all this, and the resource foundationally of the character of God and His creation, all that kind of stuff. And so I saw both those things. I felt like we needed to kind of bridge that gap and kind of benefit from each other's strengths. And so that's why I got involved in the first place. And so the thing that I love the most is listening to people and finding that connecting point to where the gospel is going to connect for them, because that's going to be different for every person. I think preaching's great. I've done preaching most of my life, and I think it's a great form of instruction. It's a great form of culture building, but the real transformation happens on a very personal, intimate basis, and listening to people and knowing people's needs and being able to really connect the gospel to that is really what I love to do.
Yeah, I say sometimes there's churches out there that wish they had as many conversions and baptisms as we do here at the mission.
Yeah,
you know, because we have a lot,
Right.
and seeing a lot of lives changed.
Right.
And I love church. I'm a regular attender, and my pastor was here today. But I see the hands and feet of Jesus at rescue missions or programs like yours.
Yeah, one of the things I have, since we started the program at His Way, I designed all the curriculum and stuff initially when we started and everything, and one of the things I still teach every day is the life of Jesus, and I really want to lay that foundation for you guys. And part of that series, toward the end of it, I go through a little bit of Acts and start talking about the church, because I really want, if you're going to, as we're trying to share, if you're going to pursue Christ-centered recovery, then the foundational support group is the church.
Yeah.
AA is a great resource, CR is a great resource,
Sure.
but fundamentally, God designed the church to be the foundational recovery support group for all who are in sin and trying to recover, right? We're all in recovery, right?
Yeah, right.
And so I try to really communicate that. So we go through the book of Acts a little bit, just looking, okay, what's this church look like? Okay, you're going to connect with this group for the rest of your life. What's it supposed to look like? And so we just look at what the book of Acts says, what the Bible, how Paul describes it, and that kind of stuff. And at the end, going all through all that and just writing all over the board and just looking at all that, I ask the question, okay, now, where do you find that? Where does that exist? And it's interesting because almost every time they'll say, here. That exists here.
Yeah.
That exists at the Downtown Rescue Mission. And that's kind of where church almost becomes the most real, is in those places.
And that's one of the things we fight here, is because we become such a family with those who are in recovery. And we don't want their salvation to be seen as just because I was at the mission. Their salvation's a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, not because of us.
Right.
Yeah, we were a guide, but we're not. But the church, and that's what we really try to do with our program, is try to find mentors in some of the churches, so that when they're done here, they don't have to say, well, I'm starting to fall away, I need to go back to the mission real quick. No, we want you to have that support system at the church.
Right, exactly.
And that's what churches are supposed to be there for.
And that's kind of how we designed and have designed His Way. A lot of people have asked, why don't we just have a church here? This is a great recovery community.
Yeah.
No, I want you to connect with the churches in the community and bring what we have to those churches.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, it's really interesting because it's just 14, guys, and they all kind of go to the same church. And actually, that church is so supportive. I mean, once a month they have graduation for any guys graduating. The church basically sets aside their Bible class time for everyone to come in and celebrate that particular graduation. And so they're very embedded in it. And everybody who comes to Christ in Atlanta is going to make that decision at that church. And so the church can celebrate with them, and that church immediately brings them to gets them very active. I mean, it's like usually they come out of the waters of baptism and they're doing scripture readings and leading prayers, and it's kind of their way of saying, hey, you're part of this community. You don't have to go, okay, yeah, Mr. Attic, why don't you go sit on the back row and show up at church and behave, but really bring them to the center. And I've actually have spent a lot of time with the leaders of the church, and actually the preacher came over a couple weeks ago to visit with me. He said, man, our church has been transformed by this experience.
That's amazing.
We're a better church because of his way. And so one of the things that we've tried to do here is I don't want his way to be a church in the sense that we have worship service up there. I want the guys to go out and connect with the community and take their his way experience and bring that to the church and enrich the church with that experience.
So talk a little bit about the format of your program, and how long is it, and sure, it's Bible based, but what other facets are around that?
Right. So our program's 9 months long in its foundation. So first 60 days, they're not working. After 60 days, after 30 days, they start looking for a job, and they got about a 30-day runway to try to get a job. One of the intentional things we don't do is we don't just get jobs for them. I want them to go through the process of creating a resume and filling out applications and interviewing and pursuing the career path that they want to pursue. Some recovery programs just load them all up in the van and take them to the factory, right? They work. I want them to create a life skill and a platform that can be a career for their lives.
Because they may have to do that again.
Right.
Yeah.
So we do that. We handle all the transportation, so we transport them to work and back every day. So we do 9 months there, and then we have a graduation, and then they have the option of various alternatives. We have our advanced recovery group, which is another 3 to 6 months, just leadership training type part of the program. And then we have our aftercare program, so they can move across the street basically and still eat at the facility every day, still be connected, but have their own car and have their own
you're building
freedoms.
that up to be its own community over there,
Yeah,
I mean,
we didn't intend to. I remember I joked because we're on a main road, but then there's kind of this little smaller road in between the two campuses now, with the main campus and the aftercare. And I've joked many times about we need to put His Way Estates out there and just drive into His Way Estates, right?
That'd be good.
But our program, it is a lot more. One of the things that people fail to understand about recovery in a lot of cases is they think that recovery, sobriety, is just about not using drugs and alcohol. And that's really just a small fraction of the issue. There's obviously those addictions and those. I always tell people, the problem is not drugs and alcohol. That's more the symptom of the problem.
Right.
Once you remove drugs and alcohol, then you have to start dealing, because basically drugs and alcohol were just a coping technique, a failed coping technique to deal with whatever the issues are. So when you take the issues, when you take the coping technique away, you still got those issues, and you still need help to address those issues. So we do a lot daily. We got morning classes for the guys in that first 60 days, and then we have evening classes for everybody. Everybody goes to class every day when they come home from work. They eat and they get ready, and there's some kind of either small group or bigger group or different things of classes to help address what are the core driving issues, and also what are the life skills that need to be developed in order to be successful when you walk out of here. And that begins at day one. I mean, one of the things that a lot of guys don't like about our program is it's very structured. Day one, you walk in there, you got to be up by 6:30. You're at devotional at 7 o'clock. Breakfast would have been eaten before then. You got class at 8, 9:30, and 11. You have a break. You do things in the afternoon, because that's what it takes to be successful. Addiction is about just reacting to whatever happens around you every moment. Sobriety is about being intentional. It's about choosing what your life's going to be every day. And I'm giving 10 o'clock is what this is, and 11 o'clock is what this is.
It's going to be that every day.
Right. And so trying to train that as part of the recovery process. we have obviously professional counselors that the guys meet with on a regular basis. We have grief and trauma counseling because just about everybody has had terrible traumas. I know I've already heard a few, but I mean, I know you have a lot of testimonies here, and all of them involve tragedy and trauma and grief and those kind of things. So helping them to address those things because they have not typically. We have a lot of life skill stuff, like I mentioned. So how to manage your money, how to get a job, work ethic. I mean, all these kind of things become a part of the whole process of really rebuilding a life.
Yeah. So the conversation on the bench is my purpose for this is to bring awareness of things. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions out in the community and out throughout the United States about homelessness or addiction. What have you run into that is maybe a misconception that you find that people have with folks that you deal with?
I think we tend to view addiction and even handle it criminally. You know, I mean, I'm sure about every story we hear, right, involves some kind of incarceration.
Right.
You know, I heard you mention that in one of the last interviews you had. Because we deal with addiction criminally. And I realize crime gets connected with it. But at the heart, that's not the issue. It tends to, crime becomes kind of a fruit again of addiction. But we tend to see these people as criminals, and they're not criminals. They are broken people that are trying to resolve their brokenness in failed efforts. Just like most of us have done in various ways, whether it's we're trying to make ourselves feel good by making lots of money or getting a trophy or getting a bunch of letters behind our name, or we fight for a corner office, because we're trying to feel significant, or try to build a big house and make sure you got a boat that you can go out every Saturday and make yourself look important. We're doing the same things as they're doing. They're doing it with different means. So I think understanding that, one of the things I try to share with people all the time is some of the most talented, intelligent people I know have come through his way. Sometimes one of the things that I would usually emphasize with families is because families will go through trauma. Every family goes through trauma. And like in a family system, many times one of the kids ends up struggling with addiction, the other kid becomes president of the university. That kind of thing, right? Well, what happens there? And generally, what I've noticed is that most people who get trapped in the addiction cycle, when you really strip back the family, they are generally the more sensitive, the more aware person in the family. Well, a lot of people just kind of stuff the emotions and move on. Addicts tend to be hypersensitive, and they can't just do that. And so they got to medicate it. That becomes the solution in order to move forward. But I mean, I can't tell you how many family members have been, and when I talk to the mom and dad, they say, the son that we have at his way is our most intelligent, had the best grades in school, highest IQ of anyone in our family.
I was telling somebody earlier, we had a doctor, MD, about 18 years ago, come through here. A surgeon. How many years do you have to go to school to be a surgeon?
More than I ever have.
And he got stuck in the route of, he took medicine to be awake, and then he took it to go to sleep, and he became an addict. And he lost his license, and his family was like, we don't know what else to do with him. And he ended up in a mission after being a surgeon. So my thing to folks out there is, these are God's creation.
Absolutely.
Brothers and sisters, brothers at your place, brothers and sisters here, that God fearfully and wonderfully made.
That's right.
And I find often that with addicts or with people that are seen as homeless or even the mentally ill, that they're seen as being the hobo or the bum, or that addict, just go out and get a job and stop doing the drugs, right? And they lose the compassion that some of these folks need. And it's like you said, they're ones that are really in tune with their own emotions. So all these people are seeing these things about them. They're feeling that as well.
Right.
If our society could just get in the mode of, hey, listen, these are just broken people.
Right.
And there's things out there that can help them.
Right.
And in fact, our association that we're part of, Citygate, and that's who's kind of organizing this now.
Right.
We have 75 missions that are doing the same event all at one time this year.
Mm-hmm.
But they're doing a study right now on how faith-based are much more successful on drug treatment and with homeless issues. And it's a study that's being done, I believe, even by Harvard, is how they're doing the study. But I can't wait to see what the outcome is, because I know firsthand the difference that we make, because we're, the void that they're trying to fill with drugs and alcohol, we're filling with the Lord.
Right. That's the whole point. Yeah. One of you just mentioned a couple of things that kind of struck me is, one, these paradigms that we've had over the years. Addiction in our culture has been viewed as kind of a moral failing, right? You mentioned the hobo, right? Yeah. I mean, even Mayberry had Otis, right? There as kind of, he had to be the town drunk. You had to have that character as kind of a representation. And so we had kind of that, and so we tended to treat and handle addiction as a moral failing, which then we kind of demeaned people. We looked down our noses at them, and parents felt guilt-ridden. Why is my son a bad person? I must have been a bad parent, and that creates a whole cycle of a whole bunch of other issues. And we've kind of moved from that to some degree into as the medical profession has moved into the space of recovery, kind of a medical model of things, that everything's a brain disease and everything can be medically treated. And I think there's answers in that. I think there's good things that are being done there. However, I still think it misses the real heart of the problem, which I think we would understand is really a spiritual problem. And it has medical symptoms, it has moral symptoms, but it's rooted deeper than even your brain. And that I need to understand and deal with that. Now, the medical community is not suited to do that, so you have to kind of define it and treat it where you can, because those are the tools you have. But I think we in faith-based recovery are really moving. That's why I think statistically you'll find that the success rates are a lot higher, is because we're moving more toward the real source of the problem instead of the symptoms. We're kind of a part. It's interesting you mentioned the Citygate situation. We're in the state of Alabama. We're dealing with some of those same issues. There's funding that has been made available from national settlements and stuff like that with the pharmaceutical stuff to help fund what we're trying to do. And those monies are getting channeled into all the state stuff instead of down where it's really happening. Right. Instead of with what we're doing. And so we're actually in the process of putting together, we're I know you guys are part of it too, of ACRM, and we're working in the state of Alabama to put together statistics similarly to be able to go down to Montgomery and kind of address the issue of who's really creating the most success. It's not that secular programs aren't helpful and useful and they fit a place. However, most of the beds, most of the recovery, and really depth of recovery are happening in the faith-based recovery community. And that's where I think we need to be putting more resources to help create success.
Yeah, and for those that don't know out there, that the state of Alabama sued independently with Steve Marshall, and he won. And he came to the mission here and toured a couple years ago when that was all it hadn't gotten the final outcome yet, but his promise to me was, listen, my goal is for places like the Mission and programs like His Way that he was talking about in general are the places that should receive some of the, because they're the ones that are really on the front lines doing what these drugs are being the problem for. And it's amazing how politics get involved. Because he was the one that went and pushed it, and then when it gets to where they see this kitty of money come, faith-based is put off to the side again, and it goes all to what the government, resources are.
And that's kind of what we're trying to address, and just bring awareness to, and hopefully in the long run get funding the places down where that really is meeting the need.
As you think about addiction nationally, what are things that you think, whether it's political or just the way that we help with the addicts, what are things that you think we can do better as a nation? I know you and I are in agreement here locally. But if we're thinking, how do we do something? I was mentioning before, it's about 800,000 people are going to be out in the streets tonight homeless. A lot of that's addiction. And so that's going to be a problem for our country. So how do we curtail that? How do we do better as a nation?
I think we got to probably a million things. I think one of the things we need to do is we need to get to really what the source of the issues are, and we need to get to them early. I sit through testimonies every week from our guys, and I think when I hear stories of addiction, there's unique situations like kind of the doctor you were talking about, that may happen later in life, but the vast majority of our guys, 90%, usually their stories of addiction start at 14 years old or younger. And so I think, and they're rooted not in just say no to drugs. They're rooted in these insecurities, in these character issues that have already formulated in elementary school. That we need to be addressing those issues, and and I think even backing that up, addressing families in which those issues are being created. So I think that, being engaged in those places more fully and really supporting those things, because it's really, I always try to explain to people, by and large, addiction's driven by insecurity, which we all have. We all feel, and most, if you think about this, most addiction begins when they're about 14 years old, let's say. Well, so when addiction starts in a person's life, their maturity level freezes. They freeze at that maturity level. So you think about any one of us at 14 years old, where are we? What are we at? We're afraid to ask the girl out to the high school dance, right? We're trying to be Mr. Macho and tough, and we're going to kind of shove people around and try to do this big testosterone dance in order to make ourselves look important and feel important. Right. That's where a person addiction gets stuck. So then when they come to us at 35 and 40, when they're no longer on alcohol or drugs, they're 14. And so then we're trying to mold identity and character and those kind of things, because that's where the real battle's being fought. Is in a lot of, self-esteem issues and identity issues and understanding who I am and whose I am. That's why I think faith-based is so good, because the truth is we're created in the image of God, and that we're spiritual beings that need spiritual solutions. And so being able to address those in a realistic way and help build that that identity, I think, is really the defense. There's other aspects to it, obviously. There's self-defeating, you get stuck. There's all kinds of, been dealing lately with some people who have sexual abuse charges or those kind of things, charges, or even have registered sex offenders and those kind of things. I mean, that's what a terrible. I mean, I understand. I mean, the crimes are not right. I mean, I'm not anyway. But these people get labeled and they're stuck forever, and they can never move out of that. And so, how do you break the cycle of addiction when I can't ever get a decent job and I can never find a good place to live?
Yeah,
and
you
I
can
can
barely live anywhere.
Right. And so you get trapped in those situations, and that just then kind of just spawns the problem. And in the homeless community is kind of the same. It's the same kind of cycles.
And I'll say this about that group, because I'm with you. What they did is wrong.
Right.
They still need Jesus.
Exactly.
Right. And I think a lot of people want to throw those folks away.
Right.
They need Jesus just as anybody else.
Right.
And and this is because I'm going to talk a little bit of politics here. So I always preface it by saying you don't have to answer any of these, but President Trump came out with an executive order a couple months ago that was talking about addiction and homelessness and that kind of thing. And I'm not against what he's doing. I think that there needs to be some rules and things that cities can do. I'm not a big fan of tent cities. I'm like, and I know that our city's trying to do the best they can with that, but we're just enabling somebody to continue the lifestyle that they're in if we're going to let them do that, right? What are your thoughts on maybe what President Trump did with that executive order and I don't know if you know enough about it, but he had an executive order. It was talking quite a bit about homelessness and things that are legal and not legal. And what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know a lot about it.
Okay.
For a reason, and that, I mean, I've kind of been intentional to not follow the news and any of that kind of stuff. To be honest, what goes on in my life and what I'm responsible for is so much more than I can really keep up with. But going back to, I think, more of the core issues, I think there's what we don't want to do in helping is enable. And I think that's part of the struggle. I was thinking earlier as we were talking about faith-based, is that one of the reasons why there's downtown rescue missions and there's the His Ways is because there's a community of Christians who value that, because Jesus taught us to care for those who are desperate and in need. And so we're motivated. Secular culture doesn't have that. I mean, they don't have that motivation. So they may want to pursue a career profession and want to help people. I'm not saying they don't want to help people, but so we're motivated because of the gospel to really help and serve people. But systemically, the problem becomes that it also makes us feel better about ourselves, makes us feel better that we're fulfilling the mission of the gospel and what Jesus came to do when we go out and help people. And sometimes we're helping people more to help ourselves than to help people.
Amen to that.
And so, therefore, we end up just enabling the problem instead of helping solve the problem.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not a big fan. In fact, I preach it quite a bit, of Christians saying, "Hey, I'm going to give that guy in the corner $10."
Right.
Because I'll tell you, 95% of the time, it's going to help his addiction.
Right.
He's going to continue down. You're enabling him to stay in the place that he's at.
My wife has, we feed the homeless every Saturday, and my wife and I are the ones that always have all the snacks for that. And so she always keeps a bunch of snacks in her car. And anybody she sees with a sign, she always rolls down the window and hands them a granola bar, or something like that. So I think we need to come up with a way to really address the solution. And I think, I don't know what the right practical answer is here, but I know that the number one motivation to transformation is pain. And I'm not into going around inflicting pain, but most of the guys that come to His Way come because it's too painful not to. Either homelessness is too painful not to, or legal situations have gotten so painful that they want to do something.
Or their addiction's gotten so bad they know, I'm going to die if I don't do something.
Exactly. So it's always pain that tragically that motivates change. So if we're softening the pain, out of compassion, which I understand, we're also prolonging the problem. And so I'm not going out and inflicting pain, but I kind of let the process work stuff out. I tell parents all the time, because most addicts come out of families of addiction that are enablers. Mamas don't want their sons to suffer and feel pain, so they buffer those things. And if you're suffering more than the person who's behaving in suffering ways is suffering, you're enabling, you're creating a problem. Because it's until they experience the pain that they're going to be motivated. Just because mom's in pain, or mom's up every night pacing the floor worried about where they are and what's going to happen to them, or crying in her pillow every night and begging Jesus to help. And if her son or her daughter or whatever aren't in that pain, then nothing's going to happen. And so ultimately, that's the only thing. I mean, the reality is, I decide to go on a diet when my pants are too painful to put on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And so then I say, well, I got to do something about that. I remember my wife years ago said, we're not going to buy any more pants that's bigger than this waist size. And that kind of lodged in my head. So I'm always like, I can't allow myself to go, I won't do that. So, I'll just suffer and figure out a way to solve that problem. But it's pain that motivates it, right? So, I think we need to create a system in which pain needs to be in the place that brings about change.
Yeah, that's good.
I know I can tell you, I have guys all the time in our program that came out of the Slab, Tent City, and all that kind of stuff. That's a scary place to them. It's just collecting the danger and the problem. Every guy I know, they had their tent, they got shot at in their tent, they got stabbed in their tent. It's and the bigger those are, the more you're going to have that. And so I don't think collecting everybody in one place to exasperate that situation. Now maybe it isolates it from anywhere else, but the danger and the terrible things that happen to people in those situations, they're inhuman.
Well, you mentioned pain. I've said this a couple times today, but I was out in LA 5-6 years ago, and I was out there for a conference about homelessness, and it was interesting. I was driving around, and on one side of a bridge there was tents and graffiti and everything else, homeless all over the place under the one bridge. Halfway across the bridge and the rest of the way back there was nothing. And I was like, what's going on? Why are they only on one side? Is it the weather? Is it better protection over there? Well, I asked somebody, and they said, well, what it is on the one side is Orange County that has rules and regulations about homeless, and you can't do certain things, and you can't do this or that. On the other side was LA County, that you could do whatever you wanted.
Right.
And you talk about pain. There's pain that comes with, rules and regulations.
Sure.
Like when you're trying to diet to not go to the next size pants, you're cutting back food, and sometimes you're hungry.
Right.
And and I go through that quite a bit because I've tried to. But but on the other side, look at what happened on the Orange County side. There was not the tents and the graffiti and things, because they had the rules, and where it was free and they could do whatever they wanted to do. And I'm sure you've heard, but like out in some of those West Coast cities, they've gotten to the point where they're even giving the people drugs.
Right.
What are we doing as a society?
I'm from Seattle.
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible there. It's terrible there.
I just I was up in Boston last week, and just walking. We went to the Red Sox game, and we just walked around the city, and the whole place smells like pot.
Yeah.
It's just like it's like. I realized
contact tie yourself, right?
Yeah,
that's about how it is. Yeah.
Right. So, it's the. I remember when I was in college, which was a long time ago now. There were studies talking about the broken window syndrome, right? If you have if you have a house that's has one broken window, if you leave the window broken, eventually all the other windows will get broken too, right? Because that's the perception of that particular place. But if you fix the window, the odds that the next window get broken are unlikely. And I remember New York City. I lived up in New Jersey for 8 years. When I moved there, New York City was a mess. It was a scary place to be. I remember taking my kids up for different things, and if it got dark, you felt like you're gonna
get mugged.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And the trains were scary and all that. And then at that point, Rudolph Giuliani became mayor, and he really addressed the issues of crime and stuff, and started really cracking down on crime and that kind of stuff in the area, and really punishing people for jaywalking, everything, just kind of getting real tight on things. And a few years later, I went into that city, and I felt like I was in a regular day in Huntsville. I mean, it was wonderful.
To walk around.
Yeah. And it just totally transformed that area. All of a sudden, Disney was investing on 42nd Street where strip clubs were before and all that kind of stuff. So I think you're right. I think structure, that's what we try to do. Structure is the key. I mean,
in fact, that's why a lot of people don't want to come to the mission, because we do have rules and regulations.
Right.
And I'm sure you guys have that same thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I hear it all the time about you guys. I mean, it's like, well, I don't want to go to the mission because there they expect you, whatever the expectation is. And we're the same way. Yeah, I've been with our staff even lately, because we ebb and flow like anything. It's like you kind of tight on the rules, and then you kind of, send some grace here. This guy's new. This guy's blah blah blah. Okay, well, and then we kind of lighten up a little bit, and then you start seeing it really deteriorating. The attitudes and everything start deteriorating. And I say, man, we got to tighten up. We got to tighten up. We got to tighten up. Not to punish people, but to keep the structure going so people can thrive. People want to know what no is. They want to hear no, because that gives them some guidance and actually some security. Not being told yes all the time only allows them to feel insecure and uncertain. I mean, children are always pushing parents, right? What's the boundary? What's the boundary? And the parents that want to be friends with their children are always stretching the boundaries, which creates increased insecurity in kids, which creates identity crises and all the things. But reasonable, I'm not saying abusive, but reasonable structure and hearing no is actually what strengthens a child's identity and character and security, is those kind of things. And so we need to be able to do the same things. Just even recent, these last few days, I've been in a situation at his way where I was like, I had to remind him of some rules. We have devotional 7 o'clock in the morning. You got to be up by 6:30 and you be dressed. You don't show up here in the same clothes you were in bed in, right? And some of the guys were starting to. And I don't want to be a bully here, but I'm thinking. But then all of a sudden I start seeing the other attitudes popping up. And I start thinking, I think if we get our pajamas, we'll do better.
Well, it's the concept, like the Bible tells us, raise up your child in the way they shall go, right? I feel the same way about the folks that are coming through the program.
Right.
Raise them in the way they shall go. Structure's good.
Right.
I'm not raising my children to be good children. I'm raising my children to be great adults.
Right.
There's a difference with that.
Right.
If I'm going to raise them to be good kids, that's my little buddy, No, I'm putting structure around them so that when they become adults, they know I'm going to college, I'm going to get a good job, and I need to survive on my own at some point, right? Same thing with our folks going through the program. We got to have that structure. And I think people thrive under structure.
Right.
A little bit to kind of end it, tell people a little bit about how they can get involved with His Way. Whether financially or volunteering, or tell them a little bit about that.
Right. Well, we have a number of different opportunities. They obviously, we're always looking for growth opportunities and to fund this. The guys pay money to be in our program. We charge once they get a job, they're paying $250 a week to be in the program. That covers the food and lodging, but that only covers about 25% of what it really takes to take care of them. So we fortunately have 5 thrift stores, and so that helps tremendously in order to cover those expenses. But we also do grants, and we are always doing fundraising opportunities and that kind of thing to help cover the rest of the expense and to grow. I mean, obviously we're looking, because the need isn't going away, the need is expanding, so we're looking to grow. And that's really where his way's at right now, is really in growth mode. We're in a process of acquiring more things. We just, I don't know if you know this, but we recently, there was an original recovery program in town called Pathfinder.
Yeah.
And they've closed down a year or so ago, and they've given us all their property.
Wow.
To start a kind of program and to do some things over in that area, which is right down in the center of town.
If you want to partner on anything, just let us know.
Yeah. Right.
So let me say this. So with your thrift stores, how can they donate, or how can they shop?
So we have 5 thrift stores, one in Decatur, one on South Parkway, one right downtown on Pratt, right by Red Lobster, one in Meridianville, and then one out by our residential program on Winchester. One of the thriving things that helps is bringing, items, donating items, obviously, shopping our stores. We're always looking for volunteers to come work in the stores. Yeah. Those are great opportunities to contribute. A lot of times, particularly for ladies, it's hard to find a real place in a men's residential program of how they can contribute. Yeah. But the thrift stores are a great place to engage. We also have a Wednesday night. We started a number of years ago a thing called Table Talk. And so on Wednesday nights, we really try to invite the Christian men in the community to come out to our program and just sit around tables with guys in recovery and address spiritual topics. So, we may have it on hope or on perseverance or, different topics. We'll kind of set up a 10, 15-minute thing, put some questions up, and then you sit around. And it's just really a cool place because you got guys who sometimes they own their own business, and they're sitting with a homeless guy talking about how, man, I'm struggling with hope. Yeah. And they're like, "Wow, you're struggling with hope?" It's like, and they start becoming friends, and mentoring relationships build that way, and a lot of really cool stuff happens. So I always invite people to come out to that, and men to come out to that and get engaged. Really can be transforming. Almost all the men who come say, "Hey, I don't come for these guys, I come for me. Yeah. These guys help me." It's awesome. Not the other way around.
Yeah, so we're ministering to everybody.
Absolutely.
So do you have a website that people can
reach
out
to? Hiswayinc.org is our website.
Can they give donations on the website as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And, we'd love, one of the things we'd love to do too is to reach out to us and come out and do a tour. I know you guys offer tours on a regular basis. Yeah. I think I did 2 today, and just really see what's going on. Because the thing I hear from most people is I never imagined what this is really about until they kind of see it. And they see the quality of what's going on. We started our program kind of quietly, because most neighborhoods don't want you to plop a recovery program right in the middle of the neighborhood. Yeah. And so it had been a nursing home before, so we felt like we kind of slide in underneath that and kind of basically fall in the same category. And then I was real careful to make sure that we were the best neighbors in town. Yeah. And then every house we've gotten, we've had the same position. So our grass is cut more often than anybody's. We have better, flower gardens, and try to do everything we can to really build a positive community that, one, the guys there feel proud of the fact that they're there, and 2, people drive by and they think, boy, that's the nicest part of the whole neighborhood is those guys over there. So I think it's important. It's, I think, what represents the Lord and brings respect and honor to his character.
Yeah, I agree. Well, brother, I appreciate you coming out tonight, and yeah, you took one of the late shifts. I appreciate that. And,
well, you're taking later shifts.
Yeah. But if anybody would like to get involved, go again to the website, or if you'd like to volunteer or shop or donate to the stores, I'm sure you guys would love to have that as well.
We'd love to see everyone we can.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Keep up that great work out there.
Thank you. Well,
Mom. Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Actually, it's not bad coffee. If you make it to Huntsville, on University, there's a little restaurant called Waffle House. They're open 24 hours a day, and it's Daniel, very nice young man. He helped me out.
Well, I'll just say this too: the seats that we have, I haven't done it enough, have been provided by Academy Sports.
Oh, good.
And instead of us sitting on the hard bench, they donated these for just this event.
Really?
Yeah, which I thought was a great thing. So,
well, let me see here.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that feels good.
It's better than sitting on the bench, I'll tell you this.
So if you're looking for a comfortable chair, go to the Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't even know how many people we've interviewed so far. It's been quite a few. But what I've done is had the people introduce themselves to the audience and just tell a little bit about who you are, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Okay, perfect. And I hope I get to ask you some questions also. Okay, I am Ovi Alfaro. I have been a part of the Downtown Rescue Mission for about 2 years, and it's been 2 of the best years of my life. Just getting to see how God works, not just in the lives of the incredible people that come to see us in need, but the hearts of the folks who work here and volunteer here, the donors, their commitment. It's just it's just a great operation all the way around. But at any rate, in those 2 years, I've gotten to be a part of the board, and I'm currently serving as the vice chair of the board, and then I'm on a couple of other committees. But otherwise, that's my introduction with respect to what I do here at the Downtown Rescue Mission. But I am a husband to my high school sweetheart. She and I, we just celebrated 33 years last week.
Wow, congratulations.
But it's really been a 42-year rodeo because we dated for 9 years.
Wow.
So if you're doing the math, we fell in love when I was 15. We dated for 9 years. We graduated from college.
So 9 years, you just weren't ready for commitment, or?
No,
I mean,
no, actually. Okay, you guys see that I'm a very good-looking guy. Well, my wife didn't think so. Apparently, it took me 9 years to convince her.
Wow, that's a
she broke up with me a couple times too many. But at any rate, yeah, I was in hot pursuit for 9 years.
Wow.
And she finally relented. I guess I wore her out. And she said,
Persistence is the key, right?
What's that?
Persistence is the key.
Yes. I think there's some scripture about that, perseverance, and something
brings about knowledge and wisdom, and
Yeah, I think James talks about consider pure joy.
Yeah. when you go through trials.
But yeah, no, so she and I, we've been married for 33 years. I have 2 kids. My son is married and living in the Bentonville area of Arkansas. And my daughter is also married, and she is living in Greensville, South Carolina. And then
Any grandkids yet, or?
No, but we do have two dogs. We're grand dogs, I guess. So that's pretty exciting. But no, the kids tell me that they're going to be bringing some kids along sometime soon.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that shapes up.
That'd be great.
And then let me see here. And then 9 to 5, I work here in town. I'm the chief strategy officer for Gigaparts. It's a technology store.
Yeah, and you guys have a real beautiful store over there on University, right in that 88 Buffet strip mall, that area. It's just a beautiful, I love your facility you got over there. So
Yeah, believe it or not, I was on my way over here, so I drove by the store just to look at it. And there's a new store next to it, or some kind of restaurant entertainment thing called Field Day.
Yeah.
The parking lot was packed.
Oh, wow.
And then our understanding is that IKEA is coming.
Oh, yeah.
So there'll be a lot more traffic
Yeah.
in that very busy part of the city already. So
Yeah, it's very busy there.
So I think we picked a good location to move the store.
No, I think it's great. So let me say this: Ovi is our vice chair and does a lot of volunteer work. Our board is a volunteer board and helps out on a lot of committees for me, and has been a real inspiration for both me and my staff. He's a very loving and kind and motivational kind of guy, so we appreciate you being here.
Oh, you bet.
So when I met with you a couple years ago to come on the board, you already had some interest in the homeless and addicted and those who maybe have mental illness. What is your perception of that class of people? If somebody's homeless, what is your perception? And then maybe give what the perception is of what you think others think of homeless. And then same thing with addicted and the mentally ill that we take care of.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me because, first of all, we are all children of God.
Amen.
And some of us are brought into certain situations. And in it all, you have to realize that God's hand is in it.
Yeah.
And you look at their situation and you just have to appreciate that God is working in us to help out and to be his hands and his feet here.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just a matter of degrees. We're all sinners. One bad set of decisions, things that may happen that are beyond your control, and you're just 1 degree removed from something.
Yeah.
There are people that have an illness, they have a disease, and they were created with those things, and God in his infinite just wisdom, he brings us into it. And what a gift to honor God and to be able to respond. So to me, I see a person and I see myself by some measure of degree separation.
Yeah.
But I see myself in him or her. I see my children in other children. I see my mother and my in-laws in the older folks. So my natural go-to is, what can I do to help out? How can God use me? How can I allow myself to be used by God? To me, those are very basic questions that I ask myself. So 2 years ago, when I met you, Well, I embraced the opportunity. Number one, because I was here, and I had to ask myself, now, why would God bring me here? Well, here I am.
Yeah.
So for whatever the reason, for whatever the role, here I am. So you just embrace it, and in it, you start to think, or someone may think, oh, wow, look at me. I'm being used by God. And there's a little bit of pride that may strike at the heart at times, but, and that's just as human can be, but if you take 2 seconds, you just realize what a gift that God brought me here so that he could show me how he works in the lives of others. And what a gift they are to me. I walk out of here richer than I was before I came. Each and every day that I come here to do a little something or other, I walk away a richer person, a better person, and not that I'm a better person for my own sake. I'm a better person because I have gotten to appreciate God more, deeper. So that's my perspective on, on who's out there doing what and what their situation may be.
Yeah.
It's ultimately it's all a God thing.
Yeah. One of the things that I've been doing this for a long time, and not just at this mission, but a couple other missions, and I've seen it in multiple areas, all 3 cities I've worked in, that there's some that look down on the homeless, and part of why I do this with this 24-hour event is to bring awareness that, like you said, you see your children, or you see your mom, or you see a relative that maybe he's just fallen on hard times, that maybe it's an addiction, or maybe it's a financial issue, or maybe it's mental illness, right? And I always have it's hard for me because I like to tell those people where to go sometimes when they look down on somebody else, because they're all God's children. God created them fearfully and wonderfully made, right? And I've even had some folks come here that are helping us in different ways from the city, and others that are like, well, yeah, if you feed them, they're going to come, right? Well, no, we're feeding them so they will come, and one guy said to me, well, it's the same thing with my dog. Every time I feed him, he's there, and you're going to do the same. Well, no, don't tell me that these folks are like dogs.
No.
And so that's a big thing for me, is to bring awareness that, Joe or Tim or Sue or Betty or whoever it might be, could be a family member of yours, but for the grace of God.
Yep.
Right? And I tell my staff all the time, just on the other side of the wall, but for the grace of God, I could be there.
Yep.
A bad decision, or, a tragedy in my life that I didn't know how to handle. And I find a lot of that is that folks that come here, there's some background seated thing that happened to them. Not that they didn't already have the propensity to do what they're going to do, but it drove them further down that path, So on a board member, from a board member's perspective, what are some things that you think are good about what happens here, or maybe some areas that we could improve in, or tell me a little bit about what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. So you said a couple things, and I'm going to react to a couple things, and then I'll let you ask that question again. But a lot of folks, when I tell them my story, it's a little bit different, but a little bit of the same. Okay. When I was young, my family came to this country. We had nothing.
Yeah.
We had absolutely nothing. The U.S. government gave my dad $20, and he was so grateful because his perspective was the U.S. government gave me $20, and when I turned around, they just stuffed my pockets with opportunity. But he had 5 mouths to feed and $20.
Wow.
So we developed a great relationship with a lady named Frances Carlson. She worked for the Salvation Army. The first coat I ever got in the United States of America was because the Salvation Army gave it to me.
Wow.
Okay? So we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. I grew up in this country without uncles and aunts and cousins. I didn't know what those things were.
Yeah.
So my dad, was laying sod, putting food on the table, and, then I had a chance to, go to school and got a great education, courtesy of the U.S. Army. So we were there. And I'd like to tell you, the typical immigrant story is, golly, and we worked hard and we did really great things, and look at me now. Well, the truth is, somebody helped us out. We had nothing. So I understand what it is to have nothing and to grow up with nothing. And then we go through school, and we all saw in our high schools how some children, because of a clique that they were in, how they looked down upon some people. And that was as real for us growing up in public schools or private schools. It doesn't matter. Growing up, we see it in a variety of places. So it's really no different. That human tendency to consider yourself superior for whatever reason, and look down upon others, that's just being human.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, and it's only when you realize that God created us all with special design and purpose. As imperfect as we may be, we just got to realize that the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And the second is to love others as yourself. Well, you can't do number 2 without doing number 1 first, because again, loving others in that way, you can't do it. It's not in the human DNA.
We're too self-absorbed as just humans.
Yeah. I mean, to love the lovable. To love my kids, or when my grandchildren come that you were hitting at.
Yeah.
Okay. To love them, I can imagine it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
But to love someone who has hurt you, to love someone that has lied to you, that's a little difficult to do.
Yeah.
But scriptural, and what I have discovered is that I am incapable of doing number 2, which is really the work right here of loving others. Well, you can't really love others until you really, really, really chase God and come to Him every day on your knees and just recognize your place. It's God, others, and that's it.
Yeah.
So that's a long way of reacting to what you had said before. I don't know why we do it, but when you come to know Jesus Christ and you line up the priorities correctly, you realize, oh yeah, I'm going to pursue God. I'm going to keep my body, the temple, keep clean, keep my mind as clear as I can, and then get after other people.
Yeah.
Just love them.
Yeah.
So you asked me a question, and for the life of me, I can't even remember what it was.
So my question is, being a board member for the last couple of years and now being the vice chair, and what people don't understand is the board is very involved, but also not day to day, right? So from your perspective, what are things that the mission does really well, and what are things that you think that the mission could work on?
Oh yeah, well, what it does very well, and this is something that when people come here to the mission and get a tour, they walk away saying, I didn't know. Well, that's what makes a mission so special is what they do that people have no idea, because a lot of folks will think, oh, you just bring people in, you feed them, and then they go back to whatever it is that they're doing.
Yeah.
What is extraordinarily special about the mission is that everything is done through the Word of God. And it's not just the feeding of them, but giving them an opportunity to learn, to break habits, to engage in new habits, and to just change their way. You could feed someone and you can talk to them, but to actually work shoulder to shoulder with them on their journey, that is special. And no doubt that you guys have a word, you guys have Bible studies, you guys have services, and they learn from that. And God speaks to them through the Bible, through what other people may say. But their biggest lesson on the love of God is what you all do for them, with the attitudes that you do it, the caring, kind, thoughtful attitude. That's what makes it special. You know, you could go to church and you can hear all the good words and you can get up and take off, but when you experience it in a very real way, someone's like touch, someone's dedication to you, their care for you, their intentionality, that tends to have a very profound impact. And if you were to ask the person, so say that I'm Joe and I've been experiencing this and you've been helping me, and if I were to say, well, Keith, you know, we've been at this now for a couple months and I can't believe that you do what you do. Why? Well, I bet that within the first 2 breaths that you take in explaining it, it's all about Jesus. You're just responding to what Jesus called you to do. Right? So that's what's extraordinary about the mission. There's a little tidbit that just absolutely floored me when I first came, is that you don't have people leave. You don't tell people to leave. You don't ask people to leave unless something terrible has happened. But otherwise, you keep whoever comes in and you just keep opening door after door after door to them. That, to me, is the incredible difference between this mission and other homeless shelters that are out there. There's intentional work that goes into it. And what else is special? Man, I could talk forever on this. What is special about the mission? Some of the people, most of the people that you run into here that are helping and working, they were here once too. They came in one door and they're blooming. And they're pouring back into others. It goes back to, they experience God, Jesus Christ. They're after God and experiencing God. So what's the obvious outcome? Well, you have so much overflowing, you just start dedicating it to other people. So that, to me, when I see the team that you have and how the team allows God to work in them and through them and around them and over them, that's just huge. You know, on the board, we have great people. Board members come and go and they rotate in and out, but their commitment, donors' commitments, the dollars that they bring in to make it all happen, that's extraordinary too. So there are hearts that are engaged, Keith, day to day, as we would say in the Army. They're in the foxhole, and they're on the front lines. And then you have other folks that are in the rear echelon doing equally important stuff. They're leading businesses, they're being productive at work, they're receiving compensation, and out of those blessings, they pour right back into the mission and into their community.
We couldn't do all that we do if it wasn't for this great community, because as you know, with our thrift stores and with our donations, it's all given by 95% of it's given by individuals. And we have some churches and organizations that give to us too, but we don't receive federal funding or anything like that. So it's really a community-based ministry, and we do as much as we can. And sometimes it depends on the finances. Sometimes we don't do certain outreaches or things because the funding's not there. But you've been around me long enough to know that I've always got something new that we're going to be trying to come up with and to work on. And one of the things that you work on with me is our thrift store side, and we have a potential new thrift store coming soon, and we're excited about that. And you're helping me with the construction project that we currently have going on. And, I've told the folks a couple times today, we're about $4.5 million of, at least the first phase, $7.5 million that we need, and maybe $10 million for the whole project. And it's amazing to see how God works. And, I mentioned that we started the construction early because really the need was so great. And but we know that through God, but also through the community, that we'll meet that goal to make sure that we're helping as many folks as possible get off the street. And it's one of the things I mentioned to the mayor a few months ago, is that the mission is here not to just stay in its current state, but to continue to grow, that we're going to try to meet the needs of this community, because I think that this community is great because of the mission. We are helping take care of a lot of folks that otherwise might be out in the streets. We talk about 350 to 400 people a night that are staying here, that if they weren't here, more people on the street. And I think that's part of what makes our city great.
Well, more people on the street, and without the tools, the programs to help their healing, help their recovery, help their journey to improvement. Without this sort of effort. So I agree with you. There are just a lot of fantastic people that are a part of this, and everyone just has a great attitude. The folks that are on the Capital Campaign Committee that I help out with, today I sent out a couple emails to them, and I just purposed myself to pray for each person as I was putting their email address on the email. And it was just a prayer of gratitude for them, for every single one of them, because there are so many things that they could be doing, but they are investing their time, their efforts, their creativity, their network, their networking. They dedicate a lot to the mission. So lots of great hearts that are a part of it. And you just said something, and I'm sure you've spoken about it before, but the way that we're integrated with the community leadership, the community's leadership, the way that you manage that, and they understand better and better what it is that we do, the partnering on solutions with them, as we had been discussing what the front may look like. Those are those are wonderful developments because they see the value that the mission brings to the community. And again, I think that's just another special thing. See, here you go. You got me on special things.
That's good.
Okay, special things. If a business in America makes it 5 years, that's a champion organization. If an organization makes it 20 years, that's in the elites of elites. If an organization makes it 50 years, that's in the rare of the elites. And I say that because we just celebrated 50 years.
We did.
And that was a fun celebration, by the way.
Just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. The folks that I brought, they loved every minute of it. And even in that celebration, when they got up, they said, we didn't know. It's like, I know you don't know. That's why they're going to come and take some tours.
That's awesome.
Too.
Yeah.
But the point being that this organization, and I did the math the other day, and I wish I could remember it, but for 50 years, Kirk Thompson, one of the things that he said to me that was one of those, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. 50 years. Ladies and gentlemen, 50 years. 50 years. 365.25 days a year.
0.25,
Okay?
Yeah.
Multiply 50 times 365.25. It's 8,000 something days, consecutive days. There has not been one day in those 50 years that the mission has not been open. Think about that. Let that sink in.
Wow.
There is no vacation. There is no stopping. The need is real. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. That is unbelievable. See that? Now you got me going.
It's funny you say that because, in 2011 we had those bad tornadoes that went through, and the mission actually lost power for 8 days. And we were still open. We were accepting people in. We were still cooking meals. We got a grill out in the back and walking down the hallways with flashlights, COVID hits, we don't close down.
No.
We're still going, and I didn't think about it that way. That's a great point that, just 365.25 days a year, the mission does not close. And, somebody gave me a stat earlier today too, that over the last four plus years, we've done 2 million meals just in the last 4 years. Over 2 million meals.
Isn't God good?
Isn't God good? Isn't that amazing, though?
Yeah.
Could you imagine how many restaurants wish that they served as many meals as we do here? You're gonna do something like McDonald's. Remember in the old days when they were like 50 million,
over 2 million served.
That's right.
There's a guy in East Texas. His name was Will May. I'm not sure if he has passed away yet, but he was a McDonald's operator. And McDonald's used to replace those signs in the 70s.
Yeah.
If you remember.
I remember them.
Yeah, like 50 million, 75. And he finally got tired of it. And he just finally put, against McDonald's rules, over millions and millions served.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, McDonald's got onto him.
Yeah.
And he refused to take that sign off. But McDonald's eventually went with his idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will Mays, good guy.
Yeah. Millions and millions served. Yeah. Well, and I think about when I was up on stage for that 50th anniversary, there was a lot of things that I was saying, but my thought process was, man, how many lives has God touched over those 50 years? And it would all be worth it for one.
Yep.
But can you imagine how many lives have been changed, not just from their addiction or from homelessness, but for eternity?
For eternity. Well, and not just for eternity, but think about the breaks in generational nightmares that occur here. Parents come here, so what's the likely outcome for parents that are not in good shape? their children are probably not going to be in good shape too.
It's cyclical, right?
Yeah. So now all of a sudden, you're taking care of parents and taking care of children, whether directly or indirectly, and then their grandchildren and their children's children. Yeah. So
it's funny you say that, because I was telling a story earlier of one of our case managers was talking to one of the little girls that was here. I think she was 5 or 6 years old. And they said, well, honey, what do you want to do when you get old? And she sat there and pondered for a second, and she said, you know what? After I get out of prison, I want to be a ballerina. But her thought process was, I've got to go to prison first, because all the people that she knew in her life had been to prison before they did something in their life. And my case manager came to me almost weeping, saying, wow, and what if we could just change that life, right?
Yep.
And that girl doesn't have to go to prison to go and be a ballerina, right? Yep. But, you know, you're
That's
right,
amazing.
that it sometimes becomes a family tree almost of that lineage of, well, this is just how we live.
Yep.
And we've broken some of those where it's, you know, no longer that's the path I have to go. The girl might not have to go to prison. She just can become her little ballerina.
Well, yeah, and that's a break, and that's a beautiful break.
Yeah.
And what could be that family tree, as you call it.
Yeah.
And then there are some folks, because you know there are some that have addictions, mental illness, etc. But there are some. Well, let's just say a family, and mother and father are working because they have to work, and all of a sudden, you know, a crisis happens, and one of the parents can't work, and then they can't catch up, and then the next thing you know, they're sleeping in cars. They're not. There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
It's just a situation. They could come here too.
Yeah.
Right. And what is beautiful about this environment is that everyone is dealt with in a very dignified way. Their self-esteem gets brought up. They can work and become and build up. So it's not always the folks, and you have, I'm sure, stories of just families that for one reason or another, they aren't doing well. I know that my wife, who teaches at Calhoun, but she has taught at the community college level for almost her whole professional career. She has come home with tears at times to tell me about a student or two. How some students literally live in their car.
Yeah.
And, you know, they had an assignment that had to be done, and, well, why couldn't you get it to me online? You could have emailed it to me. And then there are just breakdowns where they say, well, I can't. I could not have sent it to you because I'm living out of my car.
Yeah.
Good God. So, again,
Yeah.
but there's a young person that is trying to improve themselves, going to school. So I say that because, again, we are all a degree or two removed from that.
Yeah.
And
so one of the things that we're talking about, since we're on this time with about 75 other missions that are doing the bench event where they're having conversations on the bench. So I talked to some of the folks about national. You know, what are your thoughts about maybe the political side of this with homelessness, or the president, or any of those kind of things? What are some of the thoughts that maybe you have on how the United States is handling in general, not just here in Huntsville, but in general? How are we doing? I personally think we're not doing so good, because the homeless number is up over 800,000. Some say it's over 1 million right now that are on the streets every night. What are your thoughts?
yeah, so there are headlines. For instance, they're saying, hey, the stock market's at an all-time high. Unemployment's down at 4%. Well, yeah, there are a lot of folks that aren't counted in that. How accurate are the numbers? I don't know. But if you even looked at it from a percentage basis, as our population grows, right? Well, the numbers, if the percentage stayed steady, the numbers are just going to grow. So I truly believe that in some respects, the government could be doing more to help.
Yeah.
But I want to pause there and just say that to a certain degree, we as a country have come to depend more and more on government.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that we ought to be depending more and more on government. The bigger question is, well, where are the churches?
Mm-hmm.
And where are the members in the churches, and what are they doing?
Yeah.
Right? Because the government has to step in because a lot of people are stepping out.
Yeah.
So if we, the church, did more to help out and do our part, our biblical obligation, right? Yeah, there's no doubt. See, this is where it gets really deep and wide, but I'm saved and I'm going to heaven.
Yep.
I know that, and there is no doubt in my mind where I'm going to be after I take my last breath on earth.
Me too.
So I don't have to work to earn that.
Yeah.
I get that. But I think that when we realize the love that God has poured into us, the gift that he gave us, again, the natural outcome is to share with others the love of God. And that sometimes is with a simple prayer, and sometimes that's getting up and doing something and getting out of your comfort zone and sacrificing something. Okay, whatever that may be. So just generally, back to the question, I don't have to do anything, but I need to. And the church has an obligation, and we have to take care of widows and the orphans.
Yep.
It's just an obligation that we have. Now, we have this social contract where the government does more and more, and we just have to be advocates with the government, with the religious liberties issue that's out there, to allow organizations like this to exercise the religious liberties that the government seems to give us some room to run with, so that we can do more. There's an office that they opened up, I think, during the Bush years, the faith-based
initiative.
Yeah.
Yep.
So at any rate, I think that there is something to government doing more, but this is where I think that we here, at least in my role, when you hear the president or someone in an administration, doesn't matter, or some folks out there, and you hear, like we heard in around the February-March timeframe of this year when Doge was doing its thing.
Yeah.
There are a lot of dollars that are given to a lot of organizations in the form of grants. And those dollars are misplaced, they're abused. So when you hear a blanket statement, well, all of these organizations that are doing stuff for the homeless, they're corrupt. Okay. I get the sentiment, I hear it for what the government does. They send money out in all these grants. But for us, and this is why I appreciate being a part of this board, is that this boy right here can put his head on the pillow and sleep like a baby, knowing that what is done here, it is done correctly. So we have accountability for the dollars that come in.
Yeah.
We as a board, we're a part of the vision casting, working with you on that. I think we do a fantastic job of maintaining the board, its governance role versus the staff's management role.
Yeah.
I think we have clear delineations there, but part of it is knowing that we do it correctly, that we have an annual audit, and the audit comes back in great shape.
Yeah.
Those are the things that are incredibly important. What you said earlier, we're not in the business of taking government money. It's through the donations. Really, it's through people's offerings.
Yeah.
If you want to frame it up that way.
That's right.
So it's how we exercise biblical stewardship. So this whole thing about government and the church and whose role is, it gets commingled and it gets confused.
Yeah.
To me, all I can do is be the best citizen I can be, and when I am given the opportunity, I just say, allow the church to be the church. Allow them to exercise their religious liberties, as the government calls it, so that we can do God's work without any interference from the government's heavy hand.
I guess my problem is, for so long, separation of church and state meant that the government couldn't help fund.
Yeah.
Right. And for me, it was, there's some missions that accept government funding, but there was so much red tape that they were going to stop us from teaching certain things about the Lord or preaching to people, or that's not something we're going to do. We're always going to do that. But then I hear things like what happened out in California, where millions and millions of dollars were spent on homeless, and they can't figure out where that money went. And not one thing's better. In fact, homelessness has gotten worse. But what the thing is that since you're associated with helping homeless, everybody thinks you've gotten that money. You know, so there's agencies I know out there that didn't receive any money from the California government. That they're, well, look, listen, we just spent millions and millions of dollars on homeless and nothing's gotten better. I don't know why I want to give to you. That's my problem that happens.
Yeah. Well, it's a message that we just have to overcome.
Yeah.
Well, it's a narrative that we have to overcome.
Or educate people.
To educate people.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you come to a mission and you take a tour, if you come here to Huntsville and you take a tour and you see what is being done, there's no comparing.
Yeah.
And again, just the essence of who and what we are and the accountability. It's there. So yes, will we be cast in a very interesting way that's not very positive at times? Yes, but come and spend a day with me.
Yeah.
And I will show you. And everybody that comes in, even believers, even people that have been giving for years, they come and take a tour and they walk away saying, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a clinic where people could come and get their eyes checked.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't know that you have a separated area over here and that you have for those that come in on an emergency, all the beds, the workout facilities, the area where they bag food and hand out bags of food to families that aren't here.
Yeah.
See, what? Yeah. If you wanted to put it in this way, like what percentage of the money goes towards the work versus to all of these other things? What happens here is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And the auditors confirm that every year. You guys have a great utilization of your dollars in the ministry.
Yeah.
It's superior. And that's very warm.
And I love our narrative that, you know, we depend on the community, but how much more could be done at all the rescue missions across the country if the money that was spent on all these government solving homeless issues, and they actually invested in things like the 75 rescue missions that are on this, or the 350 rescue missions that are part of Citygate, that I serve on the national board. I know how good they do. How much more could be done, to really help?
Well, how much more could be done by spending less money with the government? Because your impact per dollar is huge. So yeah, how much if they had organizations like yours, it'd be great. But there again, I think it's because you are guided by the Word of God and the Holy Spirit. That's a big differentiator.
Yeah.
I mean, when you go into the regular world and there are dollars floating, I mean, they don't call it greed for nothing. They don't call it corruption for nothing.
Yeah.
It's...
And that's what they base their value on, is the dollars instead of the Lord. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, for instance, the conversation we've had as a board. Hey, let's talk about, the salvations. Let's talk about how many people have come and succeeded out of here. That's a very different conversation than, well, we got this grant and we're, trying this out or trying that out. People who give to the downtown rescue missions or the rescue missions around the country, they're bang for the dollar. It's a proven model.
Yeah.
And the efficiency and the effectiveness is just, it's great. The economics are there.
Yeah. If
you want to look at it from that perspective, and economics that the government and its efforts cannot touch.
Yeah. So this is the second time you've done this with me. Last time it was a little colder. It's a little chilly right now, but it's not as cold as it was. It was 11 degrees or something, I think, that night. Today when I got up, this started at 2 o'clock, and I think it was close to 80. So there's almost a 70-degree difference.
Golly.
And even on a night like tonight, there's a chill in the air. I couldn't imagine being on the street.
No. No, it's so first of all, for comedy's sake, I think this is the first cool week that we've had.
Yeah, of course.
And I thought, isn't that something? How cold is it going to be on Thursday night or Friday morning? Okay, so here we are, right? And this is just a great example. It's a reminder, a very practical reminder of what people have to go through.
Yeah.
But and again, for comedy, I was watching the New York Giants against the Philadelphia Eagles game.
Yeah.
If there are any of you out there, there was a big upset. The Philadelphia Eagles lost by a good bit. So at any rate, but I was looking at all of the fans and the coaches, and they were wearing coats and sweatshirts. And I thought, oh no, please don't tell me. What has Keith done to me again?
Yeah, we don't have a fire going this year yet either. I mean,
where are the lamps that we had last year? Folks, last year was rough. But this feels like a tropical heat wave almost compared to last year.
And I've been in this business for 35 years, and me sitting on the bench is not to replicate what they go through. It's really to have a conversation and bring attention to it. But sitting out that night, it even made me ponder and say, man, oh man, Huntsville's at 11 degrees. I know my hometown, Buffalo, New York, is -5 or whatever it was that night, because there was some polar vortex that came down.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people living on the street. And, breaks my heart, because those folks should not have to be on the street.
Yeah.
And that's always going to be my goal, is try to get as many off. In fact, earlier we were talking about tent city and stuff, and I'm not a big fan. I know the cities have to do what they have to do, but I think we're enabling people to stay on the streets.
Yeah.
And I'd rather them be in this nice warm building. I don't know why we're even outside right now, because it's way warmer inside right now, I'll just tell you that. But there's guys and girls that are sleeping in the buildings that we have right now that are in a warm bed.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll get up in the morning and have a hot meal. And then for lunch, they'll have another hot meal. And for dinner, they'll have another hot meal. And that's not including the programs and services that we have. And then I think on the other side, there's those that choose, or some that don't understand maybe that they could come to a place like this because we enable them to stay out on the streets. And I think that's a lot of what happens. And I think that's tied a little bit to our government, right? I think, you know, we've gotten to be a society that anything kind of goes. And just because somebody has some thing about the rules that we have here to keep everybody safe, they'd rather be in a tent. Well, listen, if they didn't have a tent to go to, I'd rather them be here.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this. What's the long game? The long game is to make heaven crowded.
Yes.
Okay, that's the long game. The not so long game is to make sure that everyone is productive, that everyone is healthy, that everyone is contributing and giving back. Well, if that's the long game, if you bring a child in, if you bring a family in, and you want them to be productive and be able to learn when they go to school, you want them to have had a good night's rest. You want them to have a good meal. You want them to be healthy so that they can engage and learn and exercise muscles that in their development, in everyone's development, whether they are 5 years old or 50 years old, there are muscles to exercise and develop, spiritual muscles, emotional muscles. So it all begins with that environment in which you put folks into. It's a environment that just facilitates everything positive. The odds of developing something positive when they are in a negative environment, when they're cold, when they're hungry, when they're wet, when they are in danger. I mean, there's a lot of crime that happens within that community.
Oh, yeah.
And it sometimes becomes a vicious cycle. The likelihood of getting involved in drugs and crime when they're not in a stable environment, the odds of being successful for the long game, those odds are reduced. Now, our God is a God of miracles, and He's the same God that opened up the Red Sea and had the Israelites walking through it. I get it. God can do anything under any circumstances, but under normal, in a normal ecosystem, there's just a base, a foundation that we have to meet to encourage, to motivate, to facilitate good and proper conditions. And you know what? If I am providing something good, a good situation, people are more likely to listen to the why. That's the what. The what is a great situation, great programs, people that are dedicated, materials for them to learn, books, audios, videos for learning. That's the what. The most important question is a why. Keith, why do you do it? Well, again, I go back to the point. Within the first two breaths, you're going to say Jesus Christ. Somewhere in there. So when you have a miserable night, whether you're cold, wet, whatever it may be, whatever happens after that, it's just not going to be as positive as it could have been. And that's why I personally, my heart breaks for the children. And this goes back to
me too.
Just adults. how are they going to, you want to dedicate effort to the adults for the sake of the children.
Yeah. And, the children didn't have a choice to be here.
Yeah.
It's usually issues that their parents had or grandparents or whoever that they ended up here. That always breaks. And the other thing, I always say the two things that break my heart the most are the children first, and second are the military that end up here that have served their country. And some reason they've fallen through the cracks that their government that they served isn't helping take care of them.
Yeah.
But on both situations, I'm sad for the situation, but I love that the mission's here for them.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jesus Christ, he said, hey, they're going to be sick to take care of. He said it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you remember when he went and he healed one guy.
Yeah.
He could have healed everybody, but he healed one guy. And Jesus Christ put us here for a purpose. And to glorify him, to bring honor to him, to love him, and to love others. Man, I don't know why, Keith, whenever I talk about these things, I always come back to that part of Matthew.
Yeah.
To love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and to love others as yourself.
Yep.
But truly, that's what it's all about. So why didn't Jesus, raise everyone from the dead like he did Lazarus?
Yeah.
I don't know, but he picked Lazarus. Hey, Lazarus, you got another round or two to go.
Yeah.
That's great. But
can you imagine, though? I always think about that story, and I think, was Lazarus really maybe disappointed that he's not, and because, hey, Lord, I was in paradise and I was okay, right?
Yeah. Hey, as everybody says, St. Peter,
Yeah.
at the pearly gates.
Yeah.
Hey, I met St. Peter. He was a good guy. I was enjoying hanging out with him. Watch him bring him back down here.
I truly think that it only could happen before Jesus rose again, or before he died on the cross and rose again, because when he took the captivity captive, I believe that's them going to heaven. He was in paradise. I don't think once you go to heaven, there's no coming back, right? Once you're in heaven, I don't think that there's a way back. So, but yeah, I agree with you. I think that bottom line for me and for my staff, I said earlier, if you're at a place like the mission and you're not called, this is too hard of a job for you.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have your heart broken. There's going to be things that you hear or see or that happen to you that are going to be harder than, if you're not called, it's going to be too hard.
Oh, yeah.
But how rich it is because we're called that we get to see, even if it's one person that changes their life, it's not a changed life here on earth. It's a changed life that's going to be a brother or sister with us in heaven.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all worth. The whole thing that we do here, yes, I love that we serve meals. I love that we provide shelter. I love that we have all these programs. But, brother, the only reason I'm here is that they hear about Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And that he can be their Savior, and that's somebody they can accept into their life, that they have an eternal security, not just here on earth.
Yeah. Well, and I think you just hit on something very interesting. These folks and the folks that work here, they're day in, day out. They go on the highs and they go on the lows. And not everybody has a grateful heart. Not everybody is cheerful.
Yeah.
Some people are difficult.
Yeah.
And even when you are helping, they don't have a sense of appreciation.
Yeah.
And that can be difficult.
Oh, yeah.
When you just poured your heart into someone, you prepared, you came ready to go, you were enthusiastic, and you're greeted with unpleasantness.
Yeah.
That wears. So the fact that the team can come back and come back and come back, it's great. Now, for the long game, when they graduate from the program, when the families come back to visit and they have just incredible stories, that's worth it.
Yeah.
but man, you got to persevere through a lot of challenges.
That's for sure.
Because it's not, oh, they just got here, they spent one night,
Yeah.
they're good.
Yeah.
It's a journey. And these folks, man, they've got a lot of muscles to develop.
Yeah.
And that's not easy. I mean, that's going to the gym and working out. I mean, from a certain perspective. But the whole point is, it's not easy, and yet the team keeps coming back. What hearts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a great team.
Yeah.
So, kind of close us out. You've been a big advocate for our capital campaign that we have going on. I've not talked about it too much today, but we have a major project going on, and it's multiple projects. This is one big project, really. Mm-hmm. Everything from expanding our buildings to med center to even having long-term transitional housing. Can you talk into that a little bit? And then, your role has really been a huge help on our fundraising side for that.
Yeah.
We're not to our goal yet, but if you talk a little bit into that and let the community know kind of where we're at with what's going on.
Yeah. So as an organization, okay, we already talked about the need is there and the need continues to grow. So that's part of the dilemma that we have. We have folks that don't sleep in a bed every night. They come, they stay, we cushion the ground, but not everybody has a bed. We're an overcapacity state.
Right.
Because the need is huge. So we are, by some measure, doubling our capacity. We're doubling the capacity because that's what we need. If I'm not mistaken, right now in Huntsville, we're the only overnight shelter.
That's open all the time. Yeah.
That's open all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are the tip of the spear. So there is a need there. It's a very practical need. That's number one. But number two, organizations need to stay green and growing. So we know that there's a need, and those numbers are growing, but there's also the quality aspect. So we are doubling the capacity for the women and the children. That's great. But then the next phase is the medical area. Well, we want to make that better. We want to bring new technologies, add more space so that we can provide more robust medical services. That's important because it's just not quantity, how many people can you see, but it's the quality of it. And our God is the creator of the most quality things. So why can't we do our part to bring more quality to the programs?
Yeah.
And then, and as you were saying, it's okay. So you get these folks in, great quality during the programs. Well, what now? Well, they have to have a beginning, and one of the critical pieces for a great beginning is housing. I was just talking to my mom. My mom, she's a widow. She's on fixed income. Well, by the grace of God, she doesn't have a mortgage, so she's in good shape. But she's always helping people with their issues in Central Florida. And she said to me today, Ovi, I cannot believe how much it costs to rent a 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
We're talking $2,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in not the better part of town.
Yeah.
So how can these people afford it? Okay, so we have to expand. We have to provide greater quality of services. And then once they graduate and they're ready to go, we have to help them on the other side.
Yeah.
So all of that is God put it in our hearts to meet the challenge. And we have been raising what might be $10 million for all of that I just talked about. The partnerships that we have already and partnerships that we have to develop still. It's the work of the board, work of the community, the work of the donors, the work of the teams, just really to lift us all up. And money is just one factor of it.
Yeah.
It gets a little bit more complicated because say that we build these things and we double the capacity because we raised the $10 million. Well, there's an organic cost to that.
Yeah.
So that means that we're going to need more resources to take care of more of the activities that the greater space is going to bring and require.
Yeah.
So it's this constant stay green and growing.
Yeah.
We can't get complacent. God did not design us to be complacent. He designed us to work. He designed us to do just that. Be more cheerful and when you get tired, keep pushing.
Well, and we have plans with the growth as well, like our expansion of the thrift stores, that we're not just totally dependent on our donor base. That was one of our things that the board was very excited about, that yes, there's going to be some operational costs and utilities and everything else because we're expanding. But some of that will be helped with our expanding of our thrift store outreaches that we already do. We have 6 stores currently. We'll make it 7, 8 soon, probably. We've talked to some businessmen that have been thrilled by that because they're like, hey, what is the sustainability of the mission? And when we tell them the plan, first thing one of the guys said to me was, wow, you guys have got a lot of planning, and I don't see that much in nonprofits. And he said, you're thinking of alternative funding sources, that you're not just dependent on the community. Now, the community is a big part of what we do, and that's going to, their help with that is going to be tremendous. But it's not completely relying on them for cash.
Yeah. Well, the thrift store concept is brilliant. Because the community needs a place to take things that it no longer wants that are useful, and we monetize that. We monetize that so that it goes right back into the mission, into the programs. So in that way, it's brilliant. But then the other thing is where it's great is that a lot of the folks that do go through the program, that's an avenue for them to work and to get experience.
That's right.
And to build a resume. So that when they go out beyond the mission, that they can put that on their resume. So it all works in concert. And the thrift stores, we're excited. We're looking at that property in South Huntsville. It's great. And again, that's just another example of staying green and growing.
Yeah, that's right. Well, brother, I appreciate you coming out and visiting with me.
This is fun.
Yeah.
Okay, what time is it? I got to check the time.
I think it's 1 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:24 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. For you slackers out there in California on the Pacific Coast, you got a couple more hours to go before you catch up to us. Hey, but it is great, and I thank everyone that is listening tonight and being a part of this. Thank you for joining us. We love you. We so appreciate your involvement, and knowing that you guys are out there, it's encouraging to us. And personally, I'm just grateful that God gives us these opportunities where we get to share with each other, have good give and take. And we get to praise him. And if any of you are out there and you want, because in your spiritual life, you may have questions, it's okay to have questions. I would encourage you to go to a church. Go to a mission. get involved in the mission, because there's no doubt that you are going to experience God in the mission. And maybe you being out there needing to get involved, that's your way of coming to know the Lord Jesus Christ better and fall in love with him more and more.
Amen.
So Keith, my brother, I thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the way that you have just dedicated yourself for over 25 years.
Yeah.
That's huge. And you lead by example. You are a phenomenal human being, a great husband, a wonderful father. You're a great leader, and I'm proud to be associated with someone like you. So be encouraged. There are a lot of people that are standing behind you. We will be there to celebrate with you on the highs, and we will be there to help you up on the lows. But you will not be alone.
Well,
We're here with you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for coming and sharing
good
some time
man.
with me. Oh,
You're
thank you.
a good
You too.
man.
You too. Thank you, brother. If you would like to come out and have a conversation on the bench, we're at 1400 Evangel Drive. And if you'd like to make a comment or have a question, make sure you put that in the comment sections of any of the social media. And tomorrow morning, we'll have a rundown of some of those questions and comments. We've already had quite a few of them come in, and we are looking forward to that time as well. And Ovi, I appreciate you coming out tonight.
Oh yeah, and if you guys come out, you could sit on these little chair things on the bench.
Yep.
That have been donated by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Thank you, Academy Sports. My bottom is really thanking you today. Thank you, brother.
Well, thank you very much. Got a good team putting this together.
Oh yeah, they do a great job.
I want to know where JW is. He told me he was going to be out here suffering.
Yeah,
you send him home?
Yeah, he'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to send
Hey,
you
Kim.
guys home first.
Yeah.
Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit on it. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her! Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kale. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kale. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Bye, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kale. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help. I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission, because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Bye, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kale. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.